Day at Biban24 in its 10th edition. We are here today and going to dive right into a world of possibilities. Muhammad, we have designed panels to inspire you, empower you, energize you throughout tonight. And of course, it's all about entrepreneur and innovation.
Innovation and entrepreneur. أهلا وسهلا بكم جميعا، كل الموجودين معنا، كل من هم حولنا يستمعوا لنا، وكل من يتابعنا على البث المباشر. هذا هو اليوم الرابع لبيبان 24. الجلسات، الضيوف، الأسماء، المواضيع كلها لها قيمة وأثر كبير للمستمع وللمشاهد وللمتفاعل معها. قدامنا قائمة طويلة رائعة من الضيوف، فاطمة، والمواضيع المهمة. والموضوع الأول هو موضوع خاص بالبيئة والابتكار فيها. So this session about green innovation, sustainable solution for our planet. It will be focusing on innovation solution for sustainability and environmental protection. Please everyone, let's give a big applause for our moderator, the founding partner of Barry Advisory, Mr. Fred Barry.
Mr. Fred, the floor is yours. Enjoy, ladies and gentlemen.
All the best.
Hi everyone, I'm very glad we can make it. We almost didn't make it here, but thank God we are on time. We rushed into the traffic to come here, but it's a beautiful event. We are so glad to be around today to talk about sustainability, renewable energy, afforestation, what's happening in Egypt and what's happening in Saudi. So it's my absolute pleasure to introduce you to Mr. Ala Afifi. He's the CEO and the founder of Bekia, a company in Egypt operating and doing waste collection, innovating to propose to people to trade their actual waste against cash. It's a very inclusive manner to propose renewing energy, and lately a lot of challenges in recycling electronics. We'll talk about that, so welcome Ala to the stage. We also have the pleasure to welcome Net Zero with Dr. Mohamed Al-Shar. It's a very frequent thing that we talk about sustainability, but this is a company recognized by KPMG last year and founded last year, doing a lot of work in the carbon sequestration. I've done a lot of capture already, like many tons, like almost 2 tons last year, I think, and a lot of partnership in the local community, acquiring lands to ensure that we can actually put the money where the mouth is. It's very important that the local and the people are involved in the project, so it's my absolute pleasure to welcome you, Doctor, here. We'll start the presentation by order, so I will just briefly introduce myself. I'm Fred Berry, I'm moderator for this panel tonight, and it's my absolute pleasure to be there. I'm the founder of Barrier Advisory. We help startups and entrepreneurs and corporates to drive maturity in digital. We drive growth. We also use AI to achieve that. But tonight it's not about me. It's about those two gentlemen. And Mr. Ala, please introduce yourself so everybody knows who you are.
Okay, thank you, Fred, for this intro. My name is Ala Afifi. I'm the founder and CEO of Bekia from Egypt. We are a super app for the waste in Egypt since 2018. Simply, the client can exchange and make money from their valuable solid waste. They can make money for cash. They can, such as plastic, paper, cooking oil, a lot of things. They can monetize this waste. And also we provide solutions for the corporate in terms of data part and also digital solution. Thank you.
And obviously now I think, Doctor, please introduce yourself and the company that you're having.
Thank you very much. My name is Mohammed Al Sheikh. I'm the co-founder of Net Zero. Basically, Net Zero is the climate tech startup where we are focusing on nature-based solution. We use technologies, updated technologies, to digitize trees, to monitor trees, nature, and basically climate. And we integrate trees with the communities, help people to live in a better planet.
Amazing. And I think the first question will be actually quite interesting because I think Net Zero was created last year and Bekia was created in 2017.
Yes.
So my question is actually how important are the partnership with whether it's NGO, local communities, or just like the investors in the region to achieve growth and be sufficient to drive growth for yourself and achieve your goals?
Should I start? Okay. So for this part, I think this is a tricky part as we're operating in Egypt, one of the tough markets. When we started, we faced some problems with the local collectors, the informal sector, who collect the waste in daily basis. They control this cycle many times before. So I think we spent like 1 year convincing them to join us and being a part of our solutions. We did a lot of trainings, we did a lot of technology enhancements that can match their mindset. So now I think we're very proud to have them in our circle. They working with us to collect the daily waste. And also we did a lot of enhancement for their daily progress in terms of educational part. Also, they have now they have smartphones. When we start, they don't have any smartphones. So using smartphones for those people is not easy. This is the terms of for the informal sector. For the partnerships and other side for sure the corporate. Also, we face this problem when we start to convince this corporate in many sectors to use our service. So yeah, takes a lot of time.
And maybe about you, Dr. Mohamed, same question, like how NGO, international organization, are helping you to scale up your organization?
Oh yes, definitely. We work with NGOs and international organizations. So basically, I can summarize our contribution to NGOs in 2 points. One, we are helping them to uplift their technological capabilities. So most of the NGOs in agriculture in Saudi Arabia, they are doing great, but they are lack of technologies. They are doing things very traditional. So what we do at Net Zero, we enable them to use Net Zero technologies in order to plant more trees and use such technologies in order even to get fund. So we are helping them, although technology is very important to change the NGO's perspective and overlook, but also we help them in finance. So companies, they approach us, they want to plant trees, so we help also NGOs to work with us, enable us in terms of technology and terms of financial aspect. And we go beyond also that. We integrate with NGOs to shape the climate and to shape the practices in such industry, because such industry is a lack of new technologies. It's always farmers, lands, normal irrigation, normal practices. So we try to shift them, educate them, and enable them to use such technologies, enable to sustain for the long term, because we can see NGOs sometimes they don't sustain. They are suffering from many problems, such as financially. So we are trying to help them in many ways. So internationally also we are connected with NGOs. We are learning from international market, and we also are members in reputable international institutions. So we are getting the experience and the learning curve from Europe, US, Australia, China, and then what's happening in the Gulf region. And we are matching those experience and expertise between those countries, and we are helping those NGOs again to have such experience and knowledge.
Yeah. Amazing.
Yeah.
And I think my next question is actually very interesting, because we hear a lot about fintech, we hear a lot about AI, but we don't hear a lot about sustainability.
Yeah.
And I'm curious to understand how the local incubation structure, how the accelerators, how everything happening, whether it's in Saudi for you, Dr. Mohammed, or whether it's in Egypt for you, how do they help you to continue to grow or just to start at the...
I think this is a tricky question, but I think now investing in the climate tech and green tech startups is not an optional. As you can see what happened, and there is a lot of climate change. So yeah, I think this is mandatory now. I think we need more investment in this sector, comparing to the other sectors that they need to focus, like AI, fintech, e-commerce, and health tech. I think the majority of VCs, they need to consider this sector as an important in the future. For us, when we started in 2017, we got some support. I think we are very lucky for that. And the last support from that we got from the MEWA, the Ministry of Environment and KSA, they start to provide a lot of support for us to discover the market and access to all of the stakeholders to join and scale in Saudi Arabia. So yeah, I think this is very important for the future.
Amazing. What about you, Doctor?
Yes, well, I will tell you stories about accelerators and incubation.
A good story.
It's a real story. Okay. So Net Zero was incubated in incubator by Munshaat. 2 years ago, we were 4 people. Now we are more than 25 people.
Mashallah.
So Munshaat really help us to use their incubators, use their offices to start doing our work and to start reaching the business and the industry. So after that, we joined Munshaat Accelerator program. Actually, they done it in the same building that we are there. So we joined the accelerator by Munshaat. And guess what? The first 1 million trees we signed by Munshaat networking, that they connect us with Jahez company.
Nice.
So this is the real story, how the government, how Munshaat, they are supporting startups. Afterwards, after 1 year from that accelerator program by Munshaat, we joined Plug and Play accelerator program by Tech Champion, Ministry of Telecommunication. So when we joined the other accelerator program, our networking, it went to global. and it's not only in Saudi Arabia. We scale not in the eastern region. We was working in the eastern region because Net Zero has founded in the eastern region of Saudi Arabia. So when we join also the Plug and Play Accelerator program, by the support of the government as well, we escalate to Riyadh, Jeddah, Baha, Hail, all the other cities in Saudi Arabia. And then from there, we went to Brazil, Sao Paulo. So the real benefit and the value of incubation, acceleration programs is really beneficial for startups. Our story is real. And I encourage all those startups, entrepreneurs, to join such an incubator, and they don't underestimate what it will happen during the journey of the incubation or during the journey of acceleration, because you will be exposed. But the most important thing that we, Net Zero, gain from those programs is the networking. Now Net Zero is not more a local company, it's an international company. Our services and technologies cross borders from Saudi Arabia to Bahrain, now to Oman, and currently we are digitizing the first park in Sao Paulo to be the first digital park in the world.
Wow.
Yeah.
It's an amazing story, and I think the timing with Biban and Monchat organizing is perfect.
Yeah.
So maybe my following question is to recenter a little bit. I will ask you how your respective initiatives are contributing to a better environment and forest. So maybe with you, Ala, while you don't plant trees or reforest directly, you prevent waste to end up in the forest by enabling people to cash out their waste. Have you measured any impact on the agriculture practices, the sustainability, the clean forest with what you do? Have you measured that, or have you had feedback from your local partners or municipality?
Okay, this is a great one. When we started, there were a big problem, which is lack of data. Lack of data in this sector is very difficult because we cannot find data for this sector. So year by year, we start to work and convince the people, can be the individuals or the corporate, to use our service. I remember that I think we waited like 7 months to receive the first order, okay? We spent like this 7 months making a lot of campaigns, education campaigns, educating people how they can do that, because it's not easy to perform these types of business in Egypt. To book a space in your mobile for the application, that's not easy. So we started to show them what is the side effects of that. After that, and now I think we have a great engine of data. Like we have I think 1.7 million records in our database showing that the consumption of waste, types of waste, how people can interact with these things, and we supply the corporate with this data to see the insights of the markets. And that makes a difference in their ESG's reports and sustainability reports. And on top of that, for the individuals, when it comes to the incentive, because the incentive is a mandatory in Egypt. My mom, I started to convince my mom like 5 months to take out their waste because she's attached to this waste. It's not waste, it's raw materials. So it's not easy. So the cashback and the incentive solve the problem. And also it's not a physical cash. It's over the wallet or the bank account, and they can use this cash to pay a lot of things and to do online shoppings. So we started to get a feedback from our clients, and then we enhanced the model and enhanced the product that can fit this market. Moving to another market, it depends on the people feedback. So this is our story.
Yeah, just as a follow-up before I follow up with Net Zero, it means that you are changing behavior a little bit already.
Yeah.
Do you feel like the young generation is more inclined to help?
I think that the new generation will change the mindset 100%, but also it's not about the new generation. It's about the decisions from all of the stakeholders, the government, the people who take the regulations, and also, for sure, the people and organizations. So it's a full cycle of people. They need to join all of this circle.
Amazing. So maybe as a follow-up for net zero, you're definitely encouraging by planting trees or doing afforestation. Have you had seen metrics besides the number of land acquired, like the carbon capture or anything that when we started, which is a year ago, but a lot has been done already, what is the plan in the coming few years? How much trees do you plan to plant or land to be acquired? What is the impact you have in mind?
Well, this is a very good question. Now, since we started, we acquired a lot of lands and we planted a lot of trees. Up to date, we are almost reaching 1 million trees planted already in across Saudi Arabia, with a lot of lands being acquired with the help of the government, because we are observing where is the accurate lands, where the best lands, the suitable lands that we can plant trees. And we use the sustainability concept of don't waste water. So water waste is a problem. When you come across some streets, some parks across Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, you can see the water are a bit sprinkler here and there, and there is no trees. So water are wasted. So what we do, we go to the government, say, okay, you have a lot of water, but you don't have trees. We will bring the trees, so you don't waste the water too much. So we are using the waste management, and we also encourage the recycled water, the gray water, that comes from the operations, from the organization and manufacturing. So going forward, what's the future will be? We will plant more trees, millions of trees, plus mangrove. We are doing a big project now with Inma Bank, the first project of its kind in the Middle East that called Smart Mangroves. So mangroves, everybody knows mangroves what it is, but we launched this new concept it called Smart Mangroves. So mangroves will be very smart. You can talk to it, you know where it is, you monitor the health, you know the picture of each tree of mangroves, and similar goes to the trees itself. So in the future, we will go more climate. We will be using new technologies that we will be launching in the COP16 in coming December. And the future of net zero will go to more hardware and more sensors. We create sensors to monitor the trees, monitor the health of the trees, so we have a clear and indication on what's happening on the ground. And we will be using the satellite as well as drones.
That sounds amazing. That sounds like a big plan aligned with the Vision 2030, for sure. Yeah. My next question for you, Ala, is like, how do you integrate sustainable and renewable energy in your day-to-day activities to ensure that also you follow what you praise?
Okay, that's a great. As I mentioned before, the data part. Data part is one of the mandatory part of any business, and also for the waste management sector. For the energy part, yes, we have a partnership with one of the amazing energy startup in Egypt. We supplied them with reports on a weekly basis about the consumption of types of waste. They can use these reports to monetize and optimize their energy cells, like that. So this is one of the secrets that we provide for our partners. Yeah.
Sounds amazing. What about you, Dr. Mohammed?
Just can you repeat the question, please?
How do you use renewable energy or sustainable energy in your day-to-day?
Yeah. So since we are using our sensors we are trying to use less batteries because our sensors should work in a rural area and very far area. So we are using the solar powers on our sensors so it can work automatically and shut down and it work, take the data and then shut down. And so we are using this type of energy and how we save energy. We look into also rain and how we use the water systems. There is a lot of technology in water and how to save energy in water and using the solar power even to reduce the saltiness from water. There is machines, new machines that has been implemented and innovated by several companies that totally used solar powers, not using normal energy. And those type of solar powers are helping not only monitoring the trees, it helps the soil monitoring, it helps the water, how the water will be managed, and also it helps the climate as well, how to monitor the carbon emission and carbon calculation, carbon estimated, using all the solar powers. This is the area what we are in terms of energy.
Sounds incredible to think about so many things already in what, 1 year and a half?
Yeah, so we started operation 2 years, and we started before that doing research and development with several universities because we can see the problem in Saudi Arabia and the Gulf region. We have a desertification, we have high temperatures, we have lack of water resources. We have a very complex situation whereby we need to sit and think how to solve this problem. We need our country to be green. If our country is not green enough, then country will suffer from paying billions of riyals on health sector, because if the land is not green, then the people will be affected. So now when it comes to health, a lot of diseases, a lot of non-communicable diseases, the causes are what? Are from the problem of the nature. So when we look on these problems, we come across to a problem that the transparency of plantation is not well visited. So we visit this. There is no technologies that time, since 4 years. We started 4 years in research. So we realized that companies, they are not willing to invest in nature. They are not willing to invest in environmental sustainability. Why? Because they say, where's the trees? How do I know that you plant all the trees? What about the health of the trees? I cannot give you any donation or any contribution, either CSR or sustainability agenda. So with that, me and the founder, Engineer Mohammed Al Khalid, and by the way, he's sitting in front of me, and I'm glad that I work with him to change our planet and change the Saudi Arabia to be green. We created the first innovative tree map in the Middle East and North Africa. With this tree map, all companies, they can know where is the trees. They are willing to invest in nature because they have the transparency, the evidence, so they can write their sustainability reports, ESG reports, and they can show the government how we are contributing in the Saudi Green Initiative and etc. So we use this solutions, technology solutions, 4IR solutions, in order to attract private sector to invest more in nature and to make our kingdom green.
Thank you so much. I think we have an excellent timing. For once, we didn't mention AI too much, but I'm very glad we talked about sustainability, renewable energies, and making an impact on Mother Nature. Thank you, Mr. Ala. Thank you, Dr. Mohamed. It was a pleasure talking to you, and thank you for everyone here who followed what we said.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
All All right, what a lovely session. We have even a more exciting session coming up, ladies and gentlemen, talking about enabling startups, but digitally, because we all know how the digital sector now and the digital system is the backbone of every startup and every business here going forward. So without further ado, please join me in welcoming on stage our moderator and his dear panelists, Mr. Philippe Lemaire and Zainab Al-Amin.
Very good evening, everyone. Very exciting 15 minutes ahead of us. I'll get into it straight away. I have with me, obviously, Zainab from Microsoft, National Digital Transformation Officer in the Kingdom. And we have a session that will discuss how SMEs can benefit from cooperation with large companies, what they struggle with when it comes to technology adoption, AI. We will speak about digital transformation, the sense of talent development, market expansion, market entry. So very exciting, but let's start with a few statistics. So in a study that the World Economic Forum published last year, 85% of SMEs mentioned that they do recognize digital transformation being one of the key elements of their future financial and commercial success, along with the fact that the investments into digital infrastructure are key to their growth. However, 75% of those also mentioned that it's very difficult for them to actually leverage the benefits of their investments to digital. And 2/3 of them mentioned that the harnessing basically the positive impact of the data is extremely difficult for them to achieve. Another study, very briefly from the OECD, mentioned that mostly half of all SMEs do not have upskilling programs for their staff. Big challenge as we go along. And only 1 out of 4, and this is a September 2024 study, actually do actively or passively leverage the technologies of AI, Gen AI, and so on. So a lot to do, a lot to talk about today with you, Zainab. Very pleased to have you. Excited to hear from a multinational point of view what we can expect in the Kingdom in terms of national transformation. Maybe to start with, if we look into the ecosystem, and you've been in Munshaat before, you've signed multiple MOUs with key programs in the government. What is your view on the ecosystem in the Kingdom at the moment when it comes to digital transformation?
Thank you, Philippe, for having me, and thank you, everyone, for the attendance. It's really great to be here with all of you. And I come from Microsoft, a multinational entity, but before Microsoft, I was here in Munshaat. I consider myself one of the founding people in Munshaat, which is something to be really proud of, and proud of what has been accomplished in the startups in the past 10 years, which is actually less than 10 years, which is really, really amazing. This age or this area was not very much focused on, but part of Vision 2030 to diversify the economy, and more than 90% of businesses are small and medium businesses. So that's where really a lot of the economic development can come. And then when it comes to innovation, innovation comes from those startups. And as in Microsoft, as a multinational company, we recognize that innovation is really coming from startups, and that's where we have a lot of programs that we can talk about. But talking about the ecosystem and the focus on startup and on digital transformation, one cannot miss the huge emphasis on digital in Saudi Arabia. You can see it in numbers. Now, and some of these numbers has been released lately, which is Saudi in digital government transformation. Saudi is the 4th globally, according to World Bank. It's the 1st in cybersecurity. It's the 1st in VC investment in the MENA region. With that, the creation of entities like Munshaat, Code Lab by MCIT, The Garage by CAX, and all of those ecosystem players, and the amount of VC investments that is injected into startups, all of that provide the platform for startups to actually innovate and prosper. Not only that, but also what Saudi is doing is that it's attracting multinational or international entrepreneurs. And we've seen in the first day the graduation of more than 30 people, 30 startups and 30 entrepreneurs globally who got the entrepreneurial visa, the first of its kind. And this is a milestone that is done with the likes of MISA and the collaboration between the whole ecosystem.
And speaking about, in our preparation, you mentioned the sort of fantastic number of programs, the virtual accelerator, some of the, let's say, physical programs that I don't think are yet in the kingdom yet, but I think there are plans. I'm not sure how much you can say or not say, but also your cooperations with NTDP you mentioned. But talk us a little bit through the virtual accelerator and some of the success stories. I think Dottora Reach is one of the great examples, so please, if you can highlight some of the programs.
Absolutely. So one of the programs that Microsoft has created globally is the Founders Hub. Microsoft Founders Hub is a virtual accelerator. It started as a 2-year program, but then has been extended into 4 years. And what that provides startups and entrepreneurs is the computing power, so Azure credits, the enablers, also through our partner ecosystem, mentorship, business and professional, and also when it comes to digital mentorship, skilling and communities. And it's very valuable program. Now, we worked with that program with NTDP and signed an MOU last year that allows startups who are part of that program, part of the investment that Microsoft is making, they will get grant from NTDP. And one of the really success stories, and actually the people who are behind it, is GameIt, Dr. Hiba Atiya, which is a startup that we are very proud of, who's focusing on AI and cognitive disabilities and turning that into an entrepreneurial idea to support children with cognitive impairments to learn. And taking that even further to be part of our ISV program, which allows startups to move to global markets through Microsoft Marketplace. Apologies. So it's really amazing program. Another success story is last year we had Satya Nadella, our CEO and chairman, here in November. And
yeah, we spoke about this backstage already. We're going to have to pause just for a quick allergy sip. In the meantime, I just want to highlight that, of course, we'll also be moving on to the SME side of things. So startups, obviously, one part of the target segment, but also, and Zainab was already touching upon that, the market access element and the platform that Microsoft also provides for SMEs to grow. And I think as the programs are being extended, as the partnerships are being expanded, and the opportunities that arise from that in terms of talent development, which we'll also come to in a few moments, I think create a very comprehensive and holistic view for the SMEs, but also startups to flourish and collaborate in that Microsoft ecosystem, if you will. So speaking about that, I think on the market platform, you provide SaaS solutions that can actually access global markets on the Microsoft platform, and actually also companies within that platform to collaborate, if I'm not mistaken.
Absolutely. So part of what we're actually providing for startups, sorry, it's a connected journey. So when they complete their Azure credits, or if they come and they're ready to put their solution on Azure Marketplace, that allows them access to global markets. And this program, which is called the IP Co-Sell program, supports the startups with SaaS solution to access global markets. Our sellers at Microsoft are incentivized to sell solutions for those startups. And it's not only for startups. You find large companies like IBM or Oracle, they have their own solutions on Microsoft Azure Marketplace. And this is really of high value. One of the things that we did with GameIt is that now they are ready for Azure Marketplace, and we want to see them access global markets with the support of this really valuable input. Also, part of my work is to work with the different national technology officers in Microsoft, and I get a lot of calls of interest for those startups who want to access Saudi Arabia. And they want to come and they are available in Azure Marketplace. So what I do simply is introduce them to our different segments. If they're in education, to the education team, and then find them in events like this, showcasing and having access to our Saudi market, which is impressive. Now we want to see more of the startups, Saudi startups or local startups accessing global markets through Microsoft Marketplace.
Absolutely, and you mentioned earlier that there's or the study mentioned from the OECD that there's an awareness problem. When we briefly discussed, you said, yes, even in our programs, sometimes we see that companies work with our products, but then around it, the literacy, the capacity building that you do is not maybe so much known to the businesses, meaning upskilling plays a big role, not only probably for you, because then it will be the best use for the companies, but also for the companies themselves. So do you do, as Microsoft, for those companies also upskilling besides the programs that you provide and any other capacity building for them? Or what does the program look like?
Absolutely. I mean, you're touching on a very important point. Upskilling and talent development is very important, especially in the age of AI. AI is new for everyone, and it's new for us. And one of the largest motions that we have in Microsoft is a national AI initiative. A national AI skilling initiative, which is bringing AI at a national level and making sure that we're driving national programs to support AI. Part of that is an awareness program that we joined the 1 million AI awareness with SADAYA that was announced during GAIN Summit. Also, Center of Excellence for Skilling with MCIT. We have multiple initiatives with MISC as well to support startups and to support the skilling as large, but startups in specific. So what we've seen when it comes to startups, the awareness and the building capabilities is needed, not only in the technology, but also in the awareness of the availability of the programs. What we have seen with some of the startups is that even those who are part of the Founders Hub, they're not aware about all of the benefits. Like we met with Shagouf, one of the really bright startups who are part of Founders Hub. They're leveraging Azure credits and they're using it really like crazy. And when we mentioned that we have mentorship, they didn't know. Next time we met them, they're like, we met the mentors, they're outstanding, consulting, really gave us the time. It's nothing like what we've seen before, and we ended up doing some business with them. So this is the type of impact that we want to create. We want to make sure that it's skilling, it's awareness, it's leveraging what is there, and with startups there are a lot of networking that has to happen, community support that they learn from each other, but also you provide these sources. And there are some available free skilling for startups and for others through AI Academy that's available online, through MS Learn that's also available online for free, and we run a lot of sessions in Saudi through the different initiatives that we have.
Fantastic, and obviously now we ask a lot from startups in terms of sustainability, in terms of reporting, integrating supply chains on the one side, but also as we speak about technology, sustainability is obviously the flip side. If we talk about AI and the energy consumption of the data centers and so on, in the preparation, I've read a lot about the sort of green pledges and commitments that all hyperscalers do, but I think Microsoft almost went a step further than anyone else in this regard. So what is your, can you talk us a little bit through that, and also what is your expectations for the companies that you help in terms of the sustainability element?
So sustainability is very important, and we take it very seriously. As you mentioned, it's the era of AI, and AI consumes a lot of power and a lot of computing. And Microsoft realized that early on. So we have a commitment to be carbon negative, not neutral, negative, by 2030, water positive, because data centers require a lot of water, and zero waste by 2030. And by 2025, all of our data centers will be running on renewable energy, 100%. That's a strong commitment. Now, this is when it comes to Microsoft. This means that if you are using Microsoft technology on Azure Cloud, and we did a study compared to a regular on-prem, the energy efficiency that you are saving is about 97%. The carbon emissions that you're saving, more than 91%. That's a lot. And this actually translates to all of the systems that are developed on top of Microsoft. And we have calculators on that to support. Apologies.
No problem. And with also, I'm getting signs from the timer here, so I would like to also, first of all, invite everyone to join me and thank Zainab for her specific insights and special presentation of Microsoft on the one side, and invite all of you to obviously address and approach Zainab for anything related to digital transformation if you're an SME or startup in the kingdom. So thank you very much. Thank you, Zainab, for the amazing viewpoints and insights.
And thank you, everyone.
Thank you all.
شكرا للسيد فيليب وشكرا لضيفته الأستاذة زينب. جلسة رائعة، والقادم أيضا يتحدث عن آفاق التمويل. قد تكون واحدة من أكبر المعضلات المواجهة لرواد الأعمال والستارت اب، وكيف تختار طرق تمويل الأفضل لك. هل تبدأ بقروض معينة في البداية؟ أي جولة تريد أن تبدأ؟ متى؟ وش الحلول الموجودة أمامك التمويلية؟ هي مساحة واسعة جدا للحديث، وهذه الجلسة عنها. Let me explain it just a little bit about this session. This session will be exploring how startup and SMEs can leverage different venture capital models to scale effectively from early stage equity investment to venture debt and fund of funds. Please let's give big applause. دعونا نحيي محاور هذه الجلسة وبارتنر في 500 Global الأستاذ عبد الرحمن الجفري.
Thank you.
All right. Assalamu alaikum, everybody. Fariha, Benjamin, please join me on stage. So, ladies and gents, we are going to talk about fundraising, and it is a sore point for many founders. Whenever you think you've figured out fundraising, whenever you think, I'm done, I've raised the round, I can relax, you find that it gets more and more complicated, and we're here to help you get a comprehensive picture from various viewpoints. So my name is Abdurrahman Jifri. I'm a partner at a fund called 500 Global. It is my pleasure to be joined by Benjamin from SeedStars and Fariha from Stride Ventures. So to start off, I'm going to ask each one of them to introduce themselves. But we're going to go through different stages. We're going to figure out how has fundraising evolved, how can founders progress, how should they think about it, and how it changes their business models moving forward. And we're going to have these two to help us navigate. So starting off, Benjamin, tell us a little bit about yourself, pre-SeedStars, and then a little about SeedStars itself and its mission.
Excellent. Well, thank you very much for having me here. It's a real pleasure. First time in Saudi Arabia. Phenomenal hospitality. Everything has been tremendous, so I really hope to be back very, very soon. My name is Benjamin Langer. I come from Argentina. So, big blow in the World Cup. Well done to you, Saudi Arabia. And I started in my career in banking. Then I was an entrepreneur in the US. Did very, very well. Wanted to become an entrepreneur in Argentina. Did very, very, very bad. And I've been, for the last 3 years, leading the investment side of SeedStars. SeedStars is a company that was born 12 years ago in Switzerland, in Geneva. And it focuses on developing entrepreneurship
and nascent venture capital ecosystems in emerging markets. We focus on early stage investing, so everything from pre-seed to Series A, mostly focusing on equity products.
All right, that's great to hear. We'll dig a little bit more into the early stage and some of the key decisions founders need to take. Fariha, a little bit about your journey, and then we'll go into Stride Ventures and its global expansion.
Yeah, so mine started in the US, moved there in the mid-90s, my undergrad, and then I've been in finance for about 23 years. I think I just gave away my age, so you know how old I am now. But no, it's been fantastic to sort of work from Wall Street my way into India. I joined Stride Ventures about 2 years ago in a fundraising capacity, and I'm now a partner at Stride Ventures. And my primary role is obviously the Middle East, but I also fundraise for the fund. I like to call it the most humbling side of the PEVC world, which is, you know, fundraising is just never easy. But Stride is India's largest debt provider to the startup ecosystem. We've deployed close to $1 billion in the last 5.5 years. We have about 3-4 funds in India, about 4 funds in India now, and our 5th fund is in Abu Dhabi. From that fund, and that's one of the reasons why I'm here in Riyadh, we'll be deploying close to $500 million in debt in both Saudi Arabia as well as the UAE. So that's one of the reasons why we're here. We have an office here and we'll soon start deploying. We're really excited about that. And you're right, Benjamin, what a warm welcome that we've had in Saudi Arabia from the business community, from the startup ecosystem, and from a lot of the PEVC funds. So super happy to be here.
Yeah, founders, if you ever feel fundraising is difficult, please experience it from somebody who's raising for a fund. Yeah. Trust me, it is its own level. Now, with due respect, you have a tough job running the day-to-day and managing that in addition to fundraising. But if you ever want to get the ins and outs of fundraising, somebody who's done it at that stage is well worth talking to. Benjamin, we're starting off. This is my company, day one. Do I bootstrap? Do I automatically target equity investment? Is it a default decision? Yes, no. How can founders navigate?
Excellent. Obviously, it depends on each situation. Every company is different. If I had to give an advice to entrepreneurs, I would tell them definitely try to bootstrap as much as possible. That's in that way you are protecting your company and you are protecting your future. If you can, the best way to fund yourself is through grants, right? Non-dilutive equity, especially from governments or agencies that are available across emerging markets. Very difficult, not that easy. And the funding history of a company, it's always very dynamic. It usually starts with equity because no bank is going to finance you. And then as you go along and you move through the stages, it's a combination between equity and debt, equity, debt, equity, debt. Now, if you have the luxury of choosing, then choose no fundraising at all.
If it was a dream scenario?
That would be a dream scenario, but equity will definitely help you in the first stages, right? I mean, that's going to be the most common vehicle or instrument to finance growth.
There's a debate I often have with founders. There's the mentality of, I'm always raising, the round is always open. If I talk to somebody, they're willing to write me a check, take it that moment. And there's the mentality of, no, I will be very disciplined. A round is raised, I'll be very focused on talking to as many investors and trying to close it in a systematic way. Do you have an opinion? Is one side better than the other? What has worked out well? Because I'm curious to hear your take. I don't want to expose my bias.
Right. Look, as long as your cap table stays healthy, I would say that a CEO's job is always to look for people and look for funding.
That's the two jobs that a CEO has. And I'm saying funding and not equity because it can be very well be debt.
Yeah.
You know, debt as a product is a much cheaper product than equity. So you should always try to look for debt when you can. So it's like I said before, it's a very dynamic process. The only thing that I would say is always keep an eye on your cap table. That's essential for your future growth.
So in the past year, we've spoken about the explosion in venture capital deployed in Saudi and how fast that market has matured, not just in Saudi, but also in MENA broadly. That's helped spur the whole ecosystem. What's been less talked about is the explosion in debt in Saudi.
Yeah.
From 22, I think we had 43 million total. And in a single year, it went up to almost 4x that amount, doubling deal size, doubling volume. I think when founders talk about debt, I'm always cautious because there's the idea of debt is this get out of jail free card. I don't have to dilute and I don't have to worry about cap table, but there's often prereqs. So what does a founder need to have before they consider taking on venture debt? Do I need to have a CFO? Do I need to have a specific business model in place? What needs to be there?
So I'll just talk a little bit about our filtering criteria when it comes to venture debt. And you're right, we've seen an absolute explosion in specifically Saudi Arabia with the amount and volume of debt that's happening. And we continue to see that. That's one of the reasons we are choosing to deploy $500 million because we see that for the next 4 years. I think the important thing that the founder needs to keep in mind is that debt will follow equity. So you have to, at Stride Ventures, you have to raise one round of institutional equity. So we will come in at A or just after A. Someone else has to price around and then, we have to see what the use case is. It's not the get out of jail free card. It's not for extending your runway. There's certain things that we look for. We look for, obviously you need to have runway. You need to have at least 12 to 18 months of runway. You need to have a real use case for the debt. So we will dig deeper and find out, what are your unit economics? Will you be able to have certain cash margins? And that's exactly when we will say, okay, this is a legitimate use case and, here's the debt for it. We can even go up to pre-IPO. So, that's really interesting, segment as well. We did a lot of research around SMEs and found that, a lot of the banks are very traditional, right? They want to see that there's an asset, a collateral that they can go after, and tech, this is asset light, right? So we really try to understand what exactly, are we going to, really put the debt against. So, there's no cookie cutter sort of response for this, but it's a case-by-case basis. Are you using it for acquisition, working capital requirements, hiring? SaaS companies have a huge use case for debt as well. So that's basically in a nutshell.
Let's say I'm a SaaS founder raising A round.
Yes.
And when I'm typically pitching to VCs, I've got my breakdown. It's usually a mix of a little bit of product, mostly go-to-market and acquisition. Where should my debt be focused? Where should I be funneling it in a way that makes it so that I'm not kind of just throwing all the money and treating it as one source of capital?
No, absolutely. And the use case, in a huge amount of SaaS companies, what happens is you need to do some amount of development and customer acquisition. And that's a real use case for debt, right? You don't want to put your equity towards those use cases because what you're going to do is dilute yourself and then have to raise very quickly. So debt will really come in and help you achieve certain milestones. And then once you achieve those revenue milestones, you'll be in a comfortable and a position of better bargaining power to go out and do a better equity raise as well. So those are the use cases.
To follow on, how does the relationship differ? I think founders know how to react to venture capital, right? They come to us when there's a round open or if there's many major movements. With debt, it's a little bit more fluid.
Yeah.
So how do you react with Stride? How do you work with your portfolio companies to help them kind of expand and react?
So it's really interesting, and I get asked this a lot, how do you get your pipeline? And we work with really exceptional PEVC funds. We look at, who are the companies that have raised, that are performing well, that have a strong amount of revenue, that may have a burn. We're okay with companies that are burning, that's fine. But we want to see exceptional founders with real conviction, right? That's something that we look for as well. Yes, there's a huge amount of confusion that exists, you're right, spot on with debt. People don't generally understand what they should use it for, and that's something that we are choosing to really inform them with, just trying to explain what the use cases are. But to your point, we work with most of the PEVC funds to just get really exceptional companies from them. So
it's great to hear. Ben, when a founder is raising their first round, it's typically the baby's still fairly new. They're crying. They don't know what needs to happen. And it's oftentimes your job to help them prep for that first raise. And you're not just helping them close with you. You're helping them set the stage up for next raise and next raise, next raise. What does that hygiene look like? How do you help founders from day one to make sure that they're set up to raise the next rounds? They've got a solid infrastructure.
It's a very good question. It's always a little bit case by case, and one thing that is very important to notice is that also that the funding landscape is changing all the time, and it's very diverse. And new innovation is coming out. You have now things like blend financing, impact-linked financing. So you really need to understand what's best for your startup at that point in time. We work with founders from a very, very early stage to help them navigate this landscape and really understanding what the best financing solution is for them. We talked about healthy cap tables. We talked about unit economics, business models, how you finance a SaaS company or a lending company is completely different on how you finance IoT or hardware or other types of businesses. So it's very important to understand how much capital you need to do what. And the idea is always to do more with the capital than you're supposed to. So one of the things that we always tell founders is always stay as lean as possible. Because once you raise a lot of capital and you don't achieve your goals, then the fundraising landscape is very, very hard. So you always need to stay as lean as possible and really understand out of the entire spectrum of financing activities and alternatives, what's the best for you at that moment in time.
So oftentimes the most contentious issue that I've seen pop up is cap tables. You've mentioned a healthy cap table. What does that look like? What are the warning signs that a cap table needs some work that founders can listen to today so that then when they're discussing, when they're having that kitchen table discussion, they've divided it properly so that we don't have to have uncomfortable conversations later on?
Yes, very good point. Usually, signs of red flags is when someone owns a big chunk of the company very early and they are not active in the company. That's something that investors don't like to see for obvious reasons, right? I mean, you're giving your money to someone to execute, and that funding is benefiting someone that is not active in the company. So choosing your partners, I think, is the best way to start. Okay, make sure that everyone that is on the cap table has an active and very precise role in the company. It's a very difficult thing to say ex post, but the equity you give away in the early days is going to dictate a lot of your path. So you have to be very, very, very careful with that. And also, it's also damaging when you raise round at very high valuations. Very low valuations are as bad as very high valuations. So you really need to always keep in mind what is it that you need to achieve and how does valuations look like at that moment.
Okay. It's one of those points that I think a lot of founders trip over. In the early days, it's easy to be generous. It's easy to say, oh, we were all here, we all discussed the idea together, and not consider who's taking, a full-time role in the company, who's putting how much
Yes.
capital in, what the
Yes.
expectations are.
A great way to mitigate that risk is having everyone, even yourself as a CEO, vest the
Yes.
shares. Okay, be vested in your company, be there long term, and align interests.
Yeah.
That's actually the best advice I can give to any CEO.
So vesting means you don't get your shares up front, you'll get them over a 4-year period. If you don't vest yourself, your investors will vest you later on, and you will wish you'd started that clock earlier. So trust me, it's better to take the medicine early.
That is very true, actually.
Yeah.
It will come. It will come.
I also, just to add to that, I think have the difficult conversation, right?
Yeah.
It's usually the uncomfortable conversation which is not had early, which comes back to bite you. So
Yes.
If I can't have a difficult conversation with my co-founders,
yeah,
the future is going to be tough. I'm going to be having difficult conversations with lawyers, with investors,
Exactly.
with partners. Fariha, oftentimes there's a certain prestige assigned to raising a round. With debt, I'm noticing that those who should get the most debt, who can raise the most debt, don't raise the most debt and
Yeah.
don't take advantage of it. They don't realize the need.
yeah.
How do you help founders understand, oh, you should actually raise now. You don't need it now. It's the best time to raise right now instead of trying to rush when the runway is short. So how do you preemptively reach out to these founders and help them understand where they should be?
So there are two ways. One, obviously, within Stride, what we do is we maintain very, very good relationships with the PEVC fund managers, right? Now, these fund managers are like the North Star to a lot of the founders because they've been the early believers in their company. They're mentors of sorts as well. So if it really gets difficult, then we'll go to the PEVC fund manager and have them nudge it a little bit. But there are very few cases where a founder has said, no, I don't need debt. To I think Benjamin's point, everyone wants to raise all the time, and I think that no one's really turned us away and said, no, we don't need debt. It's just, hey, can we have this conversation maybe in a few months? Can we have this conversation maybe in a few weeks? And we constantly just keep in touch with the companies to see if they've hit certain benchmarks and, is it a good time to talk about debt? But very rarely have we seen companies turn us away where we've approached them and said, hi, we think that, you're doing an exceptional, exceptional job of this company and disrupting a certain sector. We'd love to participate in your round. And obviously, we don't get as much, pomp and splendor when you're doing a debt round. It's very kind of covert. It's not as overt as the, big brouhaha around equity rounds. But it's important. More people are getting knowledgeable about the use cases of debt, and push comes to shove. We have really good relationships with the PEVC funds, and they, apply that little nudge that's needed. So.
And it's super important. I think you touched upon a great point. It's very important for founders to always be educating themselves. Yeah. And to me, what I found is one of the best ways of getting founders educated is through great VC partnerships, right? The early investors in those companies have to also be a guiding star for those founders. And in that sense, the job that 500 does, that Seedsters does, really investing in early stage companies plays a fundamental role, not only because of the funding, but for the guidance that we can provide to these founders and really help them navigate the financial system, which usually sometimes these founders don't have. They don't need to have that. So building very strong relationships with your early backers is fundamental.
So, Fariha, when we talk about opportunities, this ecosystem has evolved that is in an environment that's been very debt-starved.
Yeah.
There hasn't been much access to debt. And opportunities come when things that weren't possible suddenly are possible. If we're looking at what new models are enabled now that there's more debt coming online, how is that ecosystem going to change? What new business models are unlocked? so that these founders can tap into?
Wow, that's a very, I mean, I can go on for a while and keep everyone here. But no, I think that there are a lot of lending companies that previously weren't able to access debt, right? And the banks weren't able to really truly understand the scale of how these companies can proliferate their access to early wage or buy now, pay later, and those have come. They've been disruptive. So there's a real use case around debt that some of the startups have now been able to access, and that's been tremendous. There are different sectors that are thriving in different geographies. Like in India, we saw fintech really thrive and consumer really thrive because there weren't a lot of homegrown brands. Here in Saudi Arabia, we're seeing fintech really, really thriving. We think that there's a massive use case for credit, whether it's private credit or venture debt, early stage or even late stage. So there are very different use cases, but we really think that the fintech ecosystem is that one place where there'll be the most amount of use cases for debt, including acquisition. We are one of the few debt providers that do use cases around acquisition. So if there's a company that you see that you want to acquire, we'll make a real structure around how you can fuel that transaction as well. So again, to Benjamin's point, it's a lot of education. It's a lot of sort of, we can figure this out. Let's do it together around meeting a lot of startups and just spending time with them. Yeah.
Ben, I always look at LATAM as an interesting market to learn from. It's a huge market, interconnected, common languages, common values, and obviously in MENA, there's a lot of parallels.
Yes.
So what are some lessons that the founders here tonight can take from what you've seen founders in LATAM use to be able to grow effectively and use their funding efficiently?
Great question. Well, in Latin America, we have a beast called Brazil, which is a different story. But I will talk about what's happening from, say, Mexico to Argentina. The luxury that you have here in Saudi Arabia is that you are by far the largest market. Okay, so there's a huge opportunity to grow within your borders. Now, venture capital is a way of financing for high growth companies, right? So eventually you will have to go and expand internationally. And one of the best success stories that we have seen in Latin America is that you cannot start early enough. Go to the next market, understand the culture, understand the regulation, understand what the consumer is like there. Move there. I mean, it doesn't help for you to hire someone. You actually have to move there and understand the culture, and then see what the best user case is for your company, and try to be as local as possible. And again, I want to stress this, super important to have venture capitalists that are partners to you.
That's great to hear. So, ladies and gents, fundraising is difficult. There are many sources of capital available that help you grow from stage to stage. It's a necessary evil, but it's important that it's there. If these funds did not exist, then starting a business would only be available for the wealthy. So it is more and more democratized. It's up to you to take advantage of this. There's no better moment than today. Thank you very much. Please help me thank the speakers.
Thank you for having us.
Our next session is a very special keynote speaker coming from all across the globe just to speak to us about 3 different business models. So, put your hands together and welcome on stage Dr. Craig Wing.
Thank you so much. Good evening, everybody. I must say, I think I'm the first South African that I've seen here. I've been here for the last couple of days, so I came all the way from South Africa. Thank you so much. There we go, Africa. But thank you so much for letting me spend some time with you. I'll be speaking around business models of the future, specifically business models in 2035 that we can capitalize to think about the future. But before we start there, it's very important to think about what does the future look like and how do you frame the future? So to understand that, I've come up with an acronym to say, think about these things when you think about the future. And it's comprised of this word unsafe, where it stands for different things. The U stands for unknown, because we're moving into a more of an unknown world where things are changing very quickly. Just think about all the political strife, think about social politics, think about technology. Even for a startup, the change of your demographic, your customer base is changing all the time. So that's the U. The N stands for nascent. And nascent is about things that have come, and they're starting to say, well, what are the impact of these things as we go across the board? We might imagine these things under Gartner's hype curve, but fundamentally it's about emerging trends and signals. The S is supervenient. What is supervenient? It's basically about causality versus correlation. So what is the main driver, and how do we think about things differently as it moves through time? So supervenience is all about understanding what is causality and what's correlation, and therefore how do we understand the micro that's being affected by the macro. A obviously stands for algorithmic, very important. We're moving into an internet-driven age by AI, and as a result of which we're becoming more algorithmic as time goes by. Right? So the reliance on data, and how does it shape not just our business models, but ourselves. That's the A. Factorial, well, you probably heard the term exponential. Exponential typically means that we're moving at double, but factorial is faster than exponential. So whenever you hear the term exponential, that's now out of date. In fact, it's even faster than that. It's factorial, which means that when you hear about exponentiality, you're speaking about an age that is past already. It's into a faster stage than that. Then finally, the E is ephemeral. Ephemeral means things come and go, and then they disappear. So as you think about businesses, whether you're a startup, whether you're corporate, whether you're a government, think about these things where some of them may affect you and some of them may not. Think about something, for argument's sake, like NFTs. Many people thought they were gigantic, and it kind of disappeared. So this is a framing around how we might think about the future. Consequently, once you understand this, we can now start to say, what are some of the business models of the future? So I've come up with 3. And the 3 of them are really working together and leveraging these things that we just spoke about. The first is, I called it an organic organization. So if you think about most business today, it's vertically integrated. It's static. There's pieces that you integrate into the value chain, and they're very set over time. But if we consider business and we consider organization as an organism that changes, that flexes, almost think about something like holacracy that some of you may know about, where the organization itself flexes and changes over time. And as a result of which, it's really about mimicking nature. This moves beyond biomimicry. This is beyond nature-based solutions, but really saying, how does an organization flex and change, much like DNA, much like thinking about single-celled organisms that moved to multi-cell organisms that led to something called the Cambrian explosion. So it's really about companies and organizations that change very quickly. These are some of the characteristics, as you can see. It's decentralized, which means all the functions of your business are able to change by themselves. You can create different kinds of BUs, which allows them to flex as they're required and then disappear once that task is done. It's about agility. It's in a world that moves very, very quickly, and it's about understanding how to collaborate across all these different pieces. And finally, because it's decentralized and the different parts of your business work together, it's about understanding the brand consistency across this. Okay, so that's the characteristics over there. An example is this company called Hire. It's a Chinese company, and essentially it's made up of almost standalone startup organizations. So think about this as you create a business and say, should we be vertically integrated? Should they be slow? Should they be ecosystem-based? Or should they be like living organisms, like DNA structures, like protein that moves and changes as the requirements come, where you have certain BUs that be created and they disappear as time moves on. I'm not going to go through this, but you can take a picture, as a result of which there's certain skills that we need in this kind of business unit, this kind of business model, the organic organization. So that's the first one. The second one obviously has to leverage around artificial intelligence. And in many respects, we see versions of this already. You've probably heard about the term AI agents, but this goes a step further. This isn't just about saying how do we automate tasks and roles and even agents, but it's fundamentally about saying how do we imagine an organization where AI is the brain and the human becomes a sensor that feeds data into that. So it's a fundamental paradigm shift. It's no longer just about augmentation, but it's all about saying how do we use the AI to do the decision making and the humans execute it and then feed back sensors back into the brain of the organization. Fundamentally different. If you think about what that means, it fundamentally means that human beings become sensors that feed the data that allows the AI to make more critical decisions over time. Here's some of the characteristics. Again, I'm not going to go through this too much. It's about collaborative intelligence. It's about understanding what is it that humans can do that the machine cannot do and vice versa. It's about leveraging creativity. It's about leveraging imagination. And then letting the AI say, well, how does it do the research better? How does it do the analysis? Right? So it's about recognizing the strength of each to allow the human to be more human, not less, but ensure that AI remains at the core. For that, we need to have defined human roles. It's about understanding where do we offset, and in what part do we have to offset and ensure that there's collaboration between the core and everything else. Skills development, obviously, and then finally, data is capital. Part of this model also means you're going to start seeing arbitrage models around saying, how do you create marketplaces for data? So in the next couple of years, if not now already, you're going to start seeing data lakes and data wells, not from a cleaning point of view only, but around an arbitrage point of view, which may be APIs. An example of this already, we can see this, is Tesla, right? Tesla, where the AI makes the decisions and the driver, the car, the driver in the car, the passenger, the person that sits in the front seat, is essentially a sensor. That's what they are. And even from a production point of view. So we're starting to see this move more and more and more, where it's about AI as the core, okay? There's some skills that are needed. Obviously, you need to understand data science. There's a human-centered design piece to understand what's important, how do we ensure we augment that. A huge piece around AI literacy. And finally, critical thinking, because as AI moves from artificial narrow intelligence to general to potentially super intelligence, the role of the human being will change as well. And you need to ensure that not only is there collaboration, but understanding and appreciation of what technology has an upper limit to do. Right? So that's the second one. The third one is fundamentally different. The third one is about what I've called a collaborative commons, where we're shifting away from financial metrics only. It's about saying, how do you create with the end customer? This is very important because when you look at how business has developed over time, it's been about capital flows, and it's about what's right for the company, and where we are today is now what's right for the customer. But how do we shift beyond that? How do we go for the customer to with the customer? And this is fundamentally different because the long-term value, the longer-term value that you can drive through this is fundamentally higher. You'll have more revenue, you'll have higher brands association, and ultimately this drives higher profitability. So it's about saying, how do I work with the customers? How do I work with an ecosystem? How do I work with public? And this might be underpinned by a blockchain protocol, and therefore we start seeing things like a DAO, a distributed anonymous organization start to come to fruition, where tasks are automated. Fundamentally, what's behind this, though, is it's not a drive for capital. It's a drive for creating a closer knit, whether you're in the academia space of a triple helix, but probably more to a quadruple helix. It's about understanding the collaboration across all these things to create an ecosystem play. As a result of which, here's the characteristics. It's about high engagements, making sure all these pieces play together. Transparency, because public, private, governmental, social service needs to understand what's happening. Okay? There's inclusivity and shared decision-making process. An example, as you may know, is Patagonia, where Patagonia is going and saying, how do we forego a front part of our capital to ensure there's longer-term value over time? And so this model is about bringing in different stakeholders to ensure that we drive this. Okay? There's skills that are needed over there, super important. Stakeholder engagement, community management, decision facilitation, and platform literacy. So when you have these three business models of the future, we can start to understand how do we leverage not just AI, not just blockchain, not just data, human behavior, but also how do you build a living organization. So what I then went and I said, here we take these 6 characteristics that I spoke to you about before, the future, and what you can fundamentally see is you'll see that each one of these, the first one, okay, that's the first one we spoke about, around the organic organization. You can see it checks those boxes around, this is why this business model is great for these characteristics of the future. This one around the augmented, the human being and the artificial intelligence company, you can see the characteristics are ticked off over there. And the last one, the Creative Commons. Now, if you're astute, what you'll realize is in as much as these business models are the how, not the what. So I'm not saying you must be in this sector or that sector. I'm saying this is agnostic across sectors. What you'll see very quickly is you can create a business that takes all of these pieces into consideration to create a business model that allows you to flex over time, that has elements of both a living organism that flexes and changes. It's underpinned by an AI brain that helps us move towards a multi-cell dimension, but it also incorporates an ecosystem approach. These three business models taken in conjunction are exceptionally powerful. I'm building a business about this right now. My business says, how do I take all these data pieces and how do I ensure that I work with organizations? How do I ensure that I'm able to determine what and how likely they're going to succeed in the future, underpinned by AI, sentiment data, and by crowd analysis, and therefore, how do I start creating a more engaging organization? Now, I haven't got too much time left because we are short of time, but what I wanted to then do is said, how do I take these different kinds of business models, and this is where you should take your camera out if you haven't got one already, because what I've done is I've gone ahead and done this. Here's the business model canvas for each one of these business models. So I've done the work for you. Now you can take this over here, you can take this and you can start going and saying, how do I create my business of tomorrow? Okay? The most important thing, though, is I want to emphasize the value proposition for each one of these. This is about agility, resilience, about adaptation, customized solutions, market changes, specialized units, decentralization, and it's all about faster responses. So the key piece around the first business model, which is all about understanding how to create a living organism, shall we say, that leverages off things like biomimicry, that understands that we move to essentially a multi-cellular, shall we say, business that flexes and changes, creates business units when you need to dissolve them over time, has a front office and a back office, where the back office stays almost like the nervous system. These are the key characteristics of this first one. The second one has these kinds of characteristics over here. Here we go. Here's the characteristics of the second kind of organization. So this is the next one around AI. And how do you think about this kind of business differently, where AI is the brain of an organization and the humans augment themselves to feed data into a business model. Again, the value proposition is key over here. It's about enhanced decision-making through AI-powered insights. It's about personal experiences, where when you look at a business model like this, you no longer serve a customer base of 1 million or 10 million or 100 million. You meet the requirements of one customer, but in 100 million different ways. Because AI allows you to do this, where the human being forms that connective tissue, that membrane of this. Okay? So here's the characteristics and the value proposition of an AI-driven one that melds with the human being, where the human becomes a sensor, essentially, to this kind of business model. The last one, the Creative Commons, is really about this. It's about understanding how do you create solutions that meet specific community needs. It's no longer just about profitability. Profitability is an outcome of this. But first, it's about solving issues, problems with the community, with a larger base, which drives higher attribution, it drives higher brand recognition, and therefore drives long-term value. Okay? It's all about community needs, increased customer engagement and loyalty, a sense of ownership, and belonging with the community. When you have a look at these three business models, and you start to think this through, this can be applied to your business today, whatever it may be. If there's a staging, if you want to think about a staging in the last minute, I'll give you some tips to say, how do I start this today, irrespective of what business you have? The first is to realize the data that you have. Often when I work with organizations, governments, individuals around the world, they say to me, what about this thing of data? Organizations have got so much data, they don't know what to do with it. It's not about the data, but it's contextualizing the data towards the what, towards the how, and towards the why, and then codifying that. So the first is to understand the flows of data that you have in the organization that are away from vanity metrics. It's about understanding how do we use the data flows. Once you have that, put the data aside for a second and analyze your business model. Go through a version of this business model canvas, your current business, and understand what's working and what's not. Then we apply a digital layer on top of it that's segmented and augmented by AI. What a lot of organizations are doing problematically today is they throw an AI layer on top of their business and they expect it to be some kind of magic solve that fixes everything. If you've got a terrible business and you haven't thought your processes and you automate that, you make problems worse. You don't make them better. AI is an accelerant, either for good or bad. Now that we've understood the data, we've understood our business, we've got the data flows, now you match them and understand how do we go from here. Then we say, what's the role of the human being, because it's different and it's contextual, and how do we then understand that play across? And then finally, how do we open up the inside of our organization to a marketplace, our customers, and we bring them closer. And it's no longer creating for, but it's creating with. And ladies and gentlemen, that's me. Thank you very much for your time.
Give me the code. في عالم ريادة الأعمال فكرة أن تبدأ مشروع ابتكاري مذهل يسوي إرباك للسوق قد يكون أفضل شيء في حياتك أو أسوأ شيء ممكن تسويه على الإطلاق. ليه؟ لأن إثبات هذه الفكرة المجنونة اللي الناس كلهم يقولون لك مستحيل تحدث، معقدة جدا لكي تحدث، عشان تثبت جودتها قد يكلفك مال، قد يكلفك جهد، طاقة وعلاقات، يمكن ما تثبت معك. لكن كيف يمكن أن تدخل لعالم الابتكار وإرباك الأفكار الريادية في نفس الوقت بطريقة واضحة لها هدف ولها قيمة؟ الجلسة القادمة الضيف هو الكوفاوندر لسكايب. يمكن تتذكرون بعض من سكايب، ما ادري اللي يتذكر سكايب بس يرفع يده كويس. مواليد 2000 يعني ما تدرون عنه. واحدة من أكثر المنتجات الابتكارية على الإطلاق. 100% أن الجميع كان يقول مستحيل يحدث هذا الشيء، مستحيل تقبل القوانين في ذلك الوقت كل هذه الأفكار. هذا الأمر تغير مع الكوفاوندر والفاوندر لسكايب، وهذا اللي راح نسمع عنه. So this session in this keynote, Mr. Jonas will share with us insights from his journey as a co-creator of Skype and his extensive entrepreneurship story. So let's give a big applause for our moderator, Mr. Ari, and his guest, Mr. Jonas.
Thank you.
The best.
Thank you.
Jonas shall sit here.
Thank you, thank you, thank you.
Well, good evening, everyone. It's good to be back on the main stage, this time with a real visionary and an entrepreneur. We're privileged to be sitting down with an innovator who has truly transformed the digital landscape as we know it. As a co-founder of Skype, Jonas Kjellberg helped redefine what global communication is, breaking barriers and making the world more connected. And if everyone here in the audience can really think about a time where the world wasn't as connected as it was today, this man right here was the catalyst to what we have today. And then beyond Skype, he's been an influential investor, author and speaker, and leader in sustainable business models, also with his new company, Nornorm, where he championed something called the circular economy, which we'll get into today. So ladies and gentlemen, he'll share his insights on disruptive innovation, smart scaling, and his passion for sustainable entrepreneurship, as well as his thoughts on the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia's exciting path forward with Vision 2030. So ladies and gentlemen, please join me in welcoming Mr. Jonas Kjellberg.
Thank you, thank you. Pleasure to be here. Fantastic.
We're very excited to be here. I mean, not only as the founder of Skype, which I just saw many hands go up in the audience. I mean, I remember using Skype, just connecting with my family in Europe, making it so easy. It was the tool that everyone had to use, and if you didn't have that Skype ID, which I remember my Skype ID, I mean, like, you weren't part of the cool kids. You weren't part of the cool club. But I want to go before. I want to start in the beginning, Jonas. I mean, you had a diverse career path, mainly in telecommunications. But could you share a little bit about you and your past and your background, and what led to, diving into solving a problem like Skype. But I want to focus on the before.
Yeah, well, I think I did a double degree in engineering and marketing in Uppsala, and I came to work for this big investment company that I later came back and did a lot of investment for, called the Kinnevik Group, and that's where I met with Niklas. And Tele2 at that point in time, or Netcom, they were actually the ones that were actually building the internet, and I thought that was super interesting and was stoked about the possibility that the internet could create. So I was just super happy to be there, and that's where me, Niklas, and Janus, Stefan Öberg, Michael Jackson, we all worked at that. And Niklas did the internet part, and I did the IT telephony part, but we were not actually allowed to launch it for free because the top management just looked at us and just said, "You're just utterly stupid. How are you going to make money?" And we're like, "Yeah, well, we haven't figured that one out yet, but it should be free."
That's great.
Yeah, we could liberate because the internet is could really disrupt the whole telephone business. But they were like, "We're a telephone company, you idiots."
And so Skype really transformed how the world communicates. Can you share what initially sparked that idea to say, you know what, even though that telecommunications company was telling you, not to do it, what eventually gave you that energy to break that barrier?
Well, I think we did it early on for the telco company and launched a service which I had to take charge for. Then, Niklas left and started Kazaa, I started Mobison, and then Campus Mobile, which was all telco players. I went into search and was the CEO for Lycos, did the search engine perspective, got really run over by Google. So after that, Niklas had just exited Kazaa, and I had just, run Lycos as a search engine down to the ground, and we looked at each other and said, okay, the only thing left from Kazaa is the technology. You know a bit of telco and sales. As long as you can't code, you can do the useless stuff like PR marketing and sales, and then we used the technology from Yoltid and Kazaa to build a peer-to-peer perspective, because the first iteration we had servers, but with the peer-to-peer technology we could actually scale without having costs.
Well, define for the audience here, what did you, at that time, what did that mean, that peer-to-peer technology?
I think
this was 2003, this was...
2002, 2003, yes, correct. Yeah, and I think the challenge here is that I think with the Pirate Bay and also Kazaa, you could start sharing files computer to computer, and that opened up the perspective. We didn't have to have servers in Saudi, we didn't have to have Saudi servers in China or in Africa, because we're actually using the CPU power that you already had on your computer. So since Skype was a downloadable client, we said, sharing is caring. So when you're not using your CPU power, we just shoved a lot of traffic through your computer at night, so we didn't have any costs of it.
Walk us back to the earlier days. Did you ever think that the user adoption would get this far? I believe I was reading something along the lines of billions of people at one point, maybe in 2014, 20 billion or something like that calls a day, or some crazy number like that. Did you ever think the user adoption would be that great?
No, I think we struggled. We can be super honest. We were in a small apartment in Stockholm, and we were 5 guys. So we were struggling enormously getting adoption, because it didn't really work. You had to call someone to download the software, and then you could talk for free. Everybody had Microsoft Net Meeting, which didn't work. So everybody had a bad experience with IP telephony. So we said we need to make it super simple to work. But I think the real breakthrough that we haven't really talked about is that we created this kind of marketing engine. So the people that had a good call, we asked them, would you like to recommend the service? And if you clicked on that button, we actually went in, since Skype was a downloadable client, we went into your computer and we opened your Outlook. And then we had the software send a mail to all of your friends saying, hi, I just started using Skype.
That's right.
You call? And I think this is something we never told anyone. We just said, the product is totally viral. We just helped it a bit. And then of course and that was the spark, because then the product was really good. So people said, oh, thank you for recommending it. It's amazing.
You were the early adopters of FOMO, the fear of missing out, when your friends saw that you were on the platform. Tell us about, let's pull back the hood a little bit. What were some of the biggest challenges that you were facing on the tech side of Skype? We understand the challenges from an adoption, we understand challenges in maybe the marketing, but peel back the layer a little bit on the tech side. What was keeping you up at night trying to solve throughout the expansion of Skype?
I think, of course, keeping this peer-to-peer network up, and with the massive amount of users coming in and the traffic being channeled, but also, let's be honest, it was illegal to do telephony. You had to have a telco license in many countries, and we showed up and just did free telephony. People weren't like super happy around the world. It's like, it was a lot, who goes to that country, and everyone's like, ooh, like, so we were, it's like, we didn't really travel and stuff like that because, we were quite afraid because we did something we really believed in because we thought telecommunications should be free. It doesn't cost you anything. You have your computer, you have your internet subscription. We could transform it over the internet. But of course, there's a lot of regulatory perspective at that. That as well, we did the payment services, and then we had a lot of fraud. Some like MasterCard and Visa shut us down, and that's, so there's but we said, the sum of the value creation we do is all the problems we have solved.
Right. I want to kind of shift now to disruptive innovation, this term disruptive innovation, because I think you were onto something when you created Skype, you and your co-founders. Define for us today what you think disruptive innovation is, and what advice would you give the entrepreneurs in our audience today aiming to make a similar impact in their fields, the same way you did with Skype?
And I think it's a good question. I think I struggled enormously with this because you come out of first a success, you sell a company, you go do a search engine company, you totally fail, you're run over by Google, you can't figure it out, you do Skype and it's success, you start another food business, it doesn't take off. So I was super puzzled, and it actually ended up, I went to Stanford and started teaching and still understanding what are the value drivers in building these disruptive companies. And I hooked up with a Harvard professor, Tom Kosnick, and he explained it for me. It's like, it comes from Clayton Christensen's, like, The Innovator's Dilemma. It's that it's about innovating in cost. A lot of these companies like Alibaba, Amazon, largest retailers in the world, have zero inventory, Uber has zero drivers and zero cabs,
Airbnb,
and
exactly.
because Skype had no cost of servers. So we could innovate in zeros and on the cost side. And many of the disruptive business both need to build a better product, but you also radically need to innovate in cost. And that's what a lot of entrepreneurs forget, that you radically need to innovate in cost.
I want to move to a topic of your book. You're a co-author or an author of a book, I believe, Gear Up. Testing your business model potential and plan your path to success. I know this book is actually used today in 2 business schools, one in Sweden and one in the United States. What inspired you to write this book, and what are some of the core messages do you hope readers and students will take away, and maybe our audience here?
Well, first of all, I thought, I started teaching at Stanford, and then I think my professor came to me and wonders like, would you be happy with some feedback, Jonas? And I was like, okay, why not? Maybe they want feedback on the university. Maybe I could give some good feedback and then say, the students love you, everything is great, but there's just one problem we have, Mr. Kjellberg, is we noticed that you haven't actually read the literature you're teaching about. It's a fair point, and there's like a lot of literature, and I said, okay, how do we put that together in a super easy textbooks for people? So we created a book which is 100 pages long with half pictures, to really condense the messaging,
Business school students love pictures. We definitely do.
So that was a perspective, but it was also, it's built on the Harvard model that they're teaching at Stanford. So it's actually taking from the academia, but trying to make it easy accessible.
And I want to, with the few minutes we have left, I want to talk about your new venture now. You've moved really into this circular economy. Define that for us. Help us understand what that is, and share with us a little bit about the company Nornorm.
So I worked with a lot of profit, building a lot of shareholder value. I worked, in also for large corporates, working for the Boston Consulting Group, selling more stuff. And then I met this, scientist, Johan Rockström, and he also just explained it for me for the first time, like, the way we're consuming things in this linear perspective is just broken. We can't just continue. The world we're talking about carbon today, but I think biomass and what we're producing. So I just understood, okay, we're setting the planet off on the wrong direction. And it's like, how can I contribute, you know, and doing this? And I'm good at building companies and trying to prove models. And he said, yeah, well, you need to crack the circular economy because that's the only way the world will cope with consumption. And I said, okay, from today on, I'm only going to invest in companies and build companies that are net zero positive. No waste, no pollution. Everything should actually contribute. So, and I'm actually setting out to create, you know, a circular Amazon. And well, the first category in my books is basically office furniture. So I founded it together with IKEA, and we're doing a circular furniture subscription. You can change whenever you want. It's basically an Uber. So we're going to be the largest furniture company in the world that owns no furniture. It's my plan.
Wow. And I know recently you secured significant funding with plans for global expansion. Yeah. What are your goals for the company, and how do you envision it reshaping a future country's way of working? I mean, a lot of people now are talking about work from home. They're pulling it back. I mean, in the United States, they're bringing more people back into the office. How is a company like yours going to change that behavior?
I don't know. I think for me, the beauty is that, and that's when I saw COVID, I understood this, and Rockström, I said, okay, in a disruptive world, when you don't know how the future is, it's important to be fast. In a static world, you need to be big and dominant. And I said, okay, the world is going to change here, and this is a huge opportunity for me to act, because maybe everybody calls them back today. Maybe we have COVID again tomorrow. Maybe people say, no, we're not going to work 5 days a week. So this whole perspective of buying furniture that is locked for 10 years, where you're not optimizing the space, is just, for me, stupid. We don't do it in servers anymore. We don't do it in cabs. We don't do it in Airbnb. So we said, okay, how do we flip this into a new category? And then we buy used and we produce with used material to keep everything in the loop as long as possible. So yeah, that's what I'm spending my days on, you know, and with all the pain and misery of running a startup with chaos. And
are there other use cases for this? Maybe a residential component to it?
Yeah, no, I think for me, I'm more looking at lawnmowers, and I challenge the Volkswagen group and say, you're probably also going to die, so why don't you let me do circular cars? And they were not very impressed in that perspective either, and thought, you know, but well, you need to be a bit bullish as an entrepreneur.
You know, with a few seconds left, I'd like to ask you one more question, and it's really an open question. You know, with a lot of entrepreneurs here looking for this disruptive change, what's that one piece of advice that they can do today to jumpstart their vision and their mission on being a disruptive entrepreneur?
I would just say, a lot of people say, just do it. I think in the perspective, I have already done it in my mind. So just get going, you know.
And I'm going to run the clock for 1 second. And I mean, this is not your first time in the kingdom. I'd love your thoughts on the Vision 2030 plan and how they're approaching entrepreneurship from a seasoned entrepreneur like yourself.
Well, I'm super impressed with, you know, I was here pre-COVID and a lot of perspectives. You come back 5 years later and all of Riyadh has, you know, really changed, and you can see the vibrance, the perspective, the future-looking perspective. I think this is going to be a very dominant place going forward for a lot of entrepreneurship, and you can see, you know, how China started with copying models and now how they're actually leading a lot of development. And I think that's what's going to happen here as well. So I think there's a very prospective future, and that's also, to be very honest, that's why I'm here.
Well, we hope that Nornorm can have a presence here in the kingdom. Ladies and gentlemen, please join me in thanking our wonderful guest, Mr. Jonas Kjellberg. Jonas, thank you so much for being here.
Thank you very much, and thank you for having me. Fantastic.
Thank you, everyone.
Thank you very much.
What a great talk between Ari and Jonas, ladies and gentlemen. Next, we will be talking about waste to health, driving ecosystems, resilience through sustainable investments. And we have very special women power session. So please put your hands together and welcome on stage our moderator for this session, Yara Ghouth.
Assalamu alaikum. Welcome everyone to tonight's session, From Waste to Wealth, Driving Ecosystem Resilience Through Sustainable Investment. Tonight, we're thrilled to have leaders in the world of sustainability, impact, investment. It's an honor to welcome our guests, Amal Dukhan, partner at 500 Global, who brings a wealth of expertise in innovation and scaling startups. And Noor Al-Ataibi, founder of Impact Hub Riyadh, who brings deep insights into fostering social entrepreneurship through investment and social impact. Together, they're driving meaningful change, showcasing how powerful and purposeful innovation can convert our toughest challenges into economic opportunities. Thank you both very much for being here today.
Thank you for hosting us.
Thank you. All right, so to start tonight's session, I'm going to ask Amal. So through your work with 500 Global, how do you balance the pursuit of financial gains and the need for sustainable impact in your investments?
Yeah, it's an important, valid question, but for the ones who don't know 500 Global, 500 Global is a pre-seed and seed stage investment firm out of California, but we actually set up our headquarters here in Saudi Arabia, and we created a fund for Middle East and North Africa. We're very actively investing. Now we're investing out of Fund 2, so the journey continues. And to your question about the investment and sustainable investing, I think I do have a view. When 500 first started, it was all about investing in new emerging ecosystems where not a lot of investors exist, not a lot of founders, not a lot of technologies. So we do tend to come so early. And when you have a fund that has this impact mission at heart, you see impact, all the journey after that. And I think by selecting partners that are local to represent a global firm, we tend to want to have that impact by creating these companies, looking at how many jobs, they have created, what is the impact on the economy. But that does not conflict with the social impact that they create. Because you need to make a successful business model. It does not, conflict with you being a good company that has the impact and all of these stuff. So, and the third part is the people. And I think we all, being a person who's been in the ecosystem for more than 15 years in the region, I think I have seen things when it started, the emergence of the ecosystem, the emergence of the VCs, the angels, the founders of the early days, and we see them today. So I think we have a stronger mission, to have that impact. But as part of processes, we also track, and survey basically our ESG metrics. So we track sustainability. Where do they hire? What sort of products do they use? Is there diversity in the company, within the team? And we do encourage this because the global statistics, it shows that these metrics, over the long term, it brings better, actually, returns. So it does not conflict with our mission to our LPs as well, being, a good DPI fund that will create, impact at the end of the day, which actually may be the general vision that impact has to be only the social one. But I do see impact, in all the circle and the ecosystem of investment, absolutely.
That's amazing. And 500, is a global, very well-known VC. So it's good to know that in the heart of 500 is actually impact. And you guys are measuring ESGs, and you guys are, implementing those to your startups. You're encouraging your startups to actually, not just focus on the social gain, but also on the social and impact.
Absolutely. And maybe offline, we were talking, Yara, that when we find such founders, as investors or partners, we want to have common values. When you choose your partners or your founders, you want to be able to support them. You want to be driven to help them. And I think the impact piece, in the general sense, the way we explained it, it does help us a lot to identify why the founder does what they do. And the minute you dig and you ask the question, the first thing, why are you doing this company? You want to do authentic company, why? And at the end of it, you will find a certain impact, right? We were talking about Ijari, one of our companies recently that closed around $50 million, basically a mix of debt and equity. And maybe if you look at it, you will not see impact. But they are enabling anyone who wants to rent on monthly basis to actually have the opportunity to do this in the region where it wasn't available, to have the cash to do other things in life. Yep. So I do see this as enablement. I do see this as an impact. I do see this as a social value as well, right, on the longer term. And there is sustainability, you know, when it comes to people utilizing this. So I think it's time to maybe unpack the sustainability and impact meaning towards extending it to a sustainable business model and sustainable business as well.
Yeah, that's a really good example of showing how startups, maybe they're not labeled as, you know, very impact or social driven, but they do have that layer underneath them where they are, you know, contributing in a positive way to the community by, you know, making it easier for them to pay their rent. Instead of it being, you know, a one-time payment for the whole year, it can be throughout, you know, every month. So definitely there's that angle. Noura, I'd love to hear your perspective because I think a lot of people do confuse NGOs, nonprofits, impact. So what's your perspective on that? And how does Impact Hub define impact and social justice?
Thank you so much, Yara, for asking these questions. Actually, one of the main purpose of attracting Impact Hub as a global community, it was started in London, and then they have the base in Vienna, and I attract them to Riyadh, and we became number 118 across the global community. So the purpose is to introduce the concept of social innovation. Social innovation in our country because, and allow me, I will be speaking in Arabic and also just to introduce the concept. We want to move from the idea of social innovation as an NPO, non-profit or charity perspective into a business-driven, or let's say call it impact-driven businesses. So الهدف الأساسي من استقطاب Impact Hub للرياض إني أتحول من مفهوم الاستثمار الاجتماعي اللي عندنا في السعودية، كلنا نحب الخير، استثمار اجتماعي معناته جمعية أو نون بروفيت أو شيء غير ربحي، لا، اللي نبغى نقدم اليوم في المجتمع السعودي ونبغى المملكة تقود فيه هو الريادة بالأثر. أنا هفتح بزنس وأجيب فلوس وأصنع
generate money and create an impact. And some of the examples, for example, one of the projects here is called Baha. You can see them. They are trying to recreate the fashion
into special
needs.
You know, person in a wheelchair. How can I wear something from, let's say, Zara, okay? And have the same material, the same concept, but suitable for my place without having people moving me up and down. Another concept is how can we use the word of, let's say, circularity. Of course, you know, circular economy is a new concept introduced globally. And part of our concept or our community, global community as Impact Hub, every year they pick a place and they take us there and teach us something new. So the first thing we learned about circularity is, or circular economy, produce, consume, either reconsume or reproduce. So we initiated an initiative, and a lot of, it was in the green economy, a lot of them, they started to think, how can I reuse or reproduce something that feeds the environment, feeds the economy? So when we talk about capital, and that was also second reason for attracting Impact Hub, I wanted to gain from their knowledge capital. I always say, when you start a business, you have 3 capitals you need to maintain. Financial capital is important, knowledge capital is important, network capital will give you both. It will attract both. So being a part of a global community, talking the concept or the perspective of impact-driven businesses. This is a new, let's say, approach in the 4th sector that we both attended in the G20, Yara, and they were talking about that when we have a 4th sector that speaks the language of the 2nd revenue-based sector, and the 3rd that speaks the language of impact sector or MPO sector, having a 4th sector that combines both impact and business-driven. I hope
Yeah. No, I love that, the 3 capitals. So what were they? Finance,
Financial capital, knowledge capital, network capital.
That's amazing, honestly. And I wanted to ask you, so can you expand more about those capitals and how is the understanding currently? Like, how is the acceptance of impact, in Saudi?
Okay. Globally, the startups or businesses it wasn't something that was that long ago. So people talking about economy thought that having small businesses makes the economy a little bit agile. Unlike the big sector or let's say big companies that is built on, been there so much. So one of the things that we were talking about or trying to attract for me, myself, at my generation, we graduated from school to be an employee, a government employee. When I resigned from the government, I didn't tell my dad for a year. He didn't know that I resigned.
Oh, wow.
Because it wasn't a concept that they would say, they feel that having a sustainable business or let's say job will secure you for the rest of your life. So attracting a global brand like that, which has different, let's say, experiences. I wanted to introduce the peer learning in the entrepreneurship. I wanted our startup and myself learn from others, peer learning أو تعلم بالأقران, even in the business sector, because most of our startups, they come with an idea, they are focusing on the idea, but they don't know the business side, or vice versa. They know the business, but they don't have the tech side. So how can we communicate and collaborate together, and that's the purpose of attracting or looking for a network capital that we will learn from each other and create our own knowledge capital, and gradually we will have the financial capital.
Yeah, definitely, exactly.
If you allow me, Yara, as well, I think to that note, which I totally agree on, 500 runs accelerators, so that means a lot of companies come in batches, which we see most of the learning is what happens between them. And then they share the network. Like, I'll introduce you to this investor. I'll introduce you to this local business, especially when you see a lot of nationalities and a lot of different sectors, and they end up doing business together as well. So there is the extension of the business part. But then we also, because we run them in different parts of the world, we have the impact of the community. So you could be actually suddenly, by joining or getting, that funding, you're suddenly exposed to thousands of other entrepreneurs globally or regionally. So you are plugged into a network immediately, right? Which I totally agree. This is not even bought with money today. I always say there are so many things that you would do in life. You may not be getting paid for it, but you will know how it will come back to you because of the people you met, because of the people that will extend it. And I think people remember people. It's just about, how can I benefit you? You benefit me, but sometimes we just shake hands and nothing happens. But I will remember you later on in something else. So definitely spot on. And I think we lead with community, and we're quite known, for that aspect as well.
Yeah. And like they say, your network is your net worth. And I think, gatherings like these and Biban, especially when you have hundreds, if not thousands of startups and people coming in, and you get to really be exposed to new innovations. And I think, this is like the best place to be in. And Amal, I know we were supposed to have a third speaker with us today, Prince Abdulaziz, co-founder of Baraka app. He's also a portfolio company, I would love to, get some, insights for our audience to know what is Baraka, what are they doing, what kind of impact are they, bringing to the kingdom?
Absolutely, we'll apologize on their behalf. They had an emergency, but Abdulaziz and Rabah are co-founders of a company called Baraka. And we invested in this company at the very early stage, and honestly, it attracted my attention. It kind of ticked the boxes in every way. First of all, the experience of the founders and what they can do together and the chemistry with them. But what is Baraka? Baraka turns surplus food into opportunity, meaning you have surplus, in every restaurant, in every F&B, right? If I can make you money, then basically wasting this amount, that's an added value. You wouldn't have made money in any other way. So they created this in a reduced amount, basically of the cost, where they enable it for everyone who would like to buy it, to the consumers. They saved, up until today, 1 million meals.
Wow.
Up until since launch, 1 million meals were actually saved. They have 1,500 retailers, F&Bs in their network, including global ones, Tim Horton, Dunkin', Costa. All of those are actually becoming trendsetters for the rest. We are doing this, we're enabling this, we're reducing this, and they're relying on pickup. So basically there's, if you think of the carbon footprint, basically people are on the way. They pick up on the nearest location where they want. So that's part of the cost reduction, obviously, there. And then there is obviously all the other aspects of like how they're doing good by, by enabling all of these stuff. So there is the environmental impact. And then you have also the impact on the consumers and the users. And that adds to the sustainability of the company over the long term. They have 1.5 million users so far actively, transaction with profitable unit economics today. So you might think good doesn't do money. It's actually one of the fast growing companies we have in the portfolio. And that changes the dynamics today. Maybe at the beginning you look at it because investors are not normally drawn, if they're not specialized in impact and social, they look at the company, maybe it's not going to bring me the returns that I want, maybe it's going to be driven by the social impact. But actually, I think they mastered the art of bringing that right business model, the right unit economics, the right metrics of growth, and now more partners are actually joining their platform. Why did we invest? I think the team, the business model, the impact piece, all coming together, it really just captured our minds and hearts and really our goals when it comes to the fund. And that's how we assess and look at most of the companies, when it comes to the portfolio. And we do expect this company to be, a very good, and a success story, for us in the fund as well.
And if you allow me to elaborate on also Baraka, Baraka is a concrete model of circle economy. Circle economy, they're taking something that is being thrown in the garbage, wasted. And you know that the kingdom have been among food security globally is a big risk, and the food waste reach about 40 billion globally as a food waste. And the concept like Baraka, literally taking this part and generating revenue from a waste, this is amazing. And also for those underserved families who are financially underserved, it gives them some dignity instead of like having a remaining, no, I will go on that platform, buy with an economic, let's say, affordable to me as an underserved family. And it's amazing. It's very impactful. I'm very proud of you guys. Wallah, mashallah. Very proud.
Which we actually really, it was so attractive, I think, from the very first moment. And honestly, I think I want to see more and more. And to your point, we see a lot of repeated business models today. So many, like the company next to the next company, and everything looks the same. While we do have problems in the kingdom that are very deep-rooted in the economy that a lot of people don't want to go and like, look at that. Look at the problems. They are your key to the next opportunity, right? What is the government is actually supporting a lot, in this kind of like, reducing waste. And there will be many more. Maybe we spoke about regulatory schemes as well, Yara. I think such companies will thrive when we start seeing more regulatory incentives of the companies that does this. We're not saying that they're going to take a free ride. We will invest. They will have the right business model. But if there is an incentive backing this, you'll start seeing opportunities. And I do believe there is some actually support, today. And there will be more that are coming. The more examples of those, then you're going to see the subsidies. You're going to see, the prioritization for a lot of these companies. But definitely, it's a good example of challenge in the market. It's actually waiting for somebody to solve it in a creative way. And there is an app, by the way. This is a pure tech play. Low asset. There's no heavy asset in the company. And I think that's the beauty of Baraka. Hopefully we do them justice today. And Aziz is watching us,
Baraka really is an inspiring story. And I think more stories like that will get more people to want to pursue startups that do have that kind of impact. Noura, can you tell us some of the startups that you've worked with as well?
Yes. Again, one of the things that it took me like a year or so for Impact Hub Global to admit me as a member in the community. It wasn't easy. The journey was not easy.
Okay.
But for me, again, I want our country to lead the new fourth sector perspective. with having some such amazing startups talking the language of sustainability, may it be economic sustainability, and environmental sustainability, financial sustainability, even for the underserved. So one of the concept was those who were like, one of the ladies, or she was actually in her last year in the university, and she joined as starting her business. She is working or focusing on the remaining of the coffee, taking it and getting, I don't know how to explain it. الفطريات on the coffee can be used as a fertilizer for the, and it proved it that it expedited the journey of the plant 3 times, imagine.
Wow.
So she's working on something really impressive, and يعني, I can't, يعني. So again, the purpose of such examples or such businesses, one of the businesses here is talking about an Uber, okay, but for waste. So it's not easy to find a person who would take a remaining of a garbage or plastic or something. Yes. So you know what? Come, take it, deliver it, and take your percentage. And I think they're out there also in one of the cubics. So the perspective of the 4th sector, impact-driven businesses. This is a new concept that we really need to speak it even more in our country. Social innovation does not mean charity anymore. الاستثمار الاجتماعي لم يعد فقط قصرا على القطاع الغير ربحي أو الخيرية، الجمعيات الخيرية. الاستثمار الاجتماعي هو الريادة بالأثر وجلب فلوس to sustain and to expand and to be a role model globally. أبغى مشاريع سعودية يضرب بها المثل عالميا بأمر الكريم في الريادة المجتمعية بأمر الكريم.
I love that صراحة. Very beautifully said. I think what's really important as well is to look at the local context. It's not to look at things that work elsewhere and just replicate that here. I think localization is really important, and really understanding the challenges and creating business models that work for that specific challenge in the specific context.
Let me explain that. One of our startups in the initiative, it's called Ghadda. Ghadda was an initiating initiative for us here. So he said one of the palm trees are the most in the Saudi country. So he took the remaining السعف from the palm trees, and he generated something, the badals كده بدلات مدري ايش، عمل فيها concept جديد that was produced here in Saudi Arabia, and he started to use it in big factories as يعملوها كذا زي منصة كذا يشيلوا فيها الويتس. And I never thought إنه السعف بتقدر تسوي منه حاجة تشيلي فيها أوزان ثقيلة.
Wow.
But was really impressive, and he got a patent عليها وقاعد يحاول يصدرها.
That's amazing.
And this is pure local content.
Wow.
Yes.
That's a true example of literally looking at your surroundings, looking at like what extra waste do we have. Coffee, for example. Saudi Arabia, I think, is like one of the top consumers of coffee.
Yes.
من الصباح لليل, literally 24/7 we're drinking coffee.
Imagine.
So there's a lot of these ways that we could use and utilize. And so what are some programs, I think I could ask you both, what are some resources, programs that startups that are looking into being in this field that can, utilize from, that's available here in the market?
Okay, for us, in the first time we had the first initiative, which is Ghadda, we started with, in a way, refreshed the general common, let's say, knowledge in regard business. And then we utilized the network, and our Impact Hub Global Network. We have a platform with a lot of tools and guidebooks, and. So we gained some of them and trained the startups utilizing each field and using these toolkits. So that's the knowledge capital we're trying to, let's say, peer learn from them. And finally, they end up with presenting their project. We did not reach the area for the let's say, accelerating. We're still starting this because it's not easy to have them move from the charity perspective into a business and find the right tracks, find the right, let's say, resources, although we have a lot here in the country, but enhancing the ecosystem towards impact-driven businesses. This is part of what we can work on, just to have the key people working with us on that.
That's amazing points, honestly. To wrap up today's session, so last question is, looking ahead, what are you most excited about when it comes to emerging trends and innovations for impact and sustainable driven startups? Ahmed?
We're excited about anything that solves a problem, honestly. There's no particular sectors that I would say it's the only one. We're still in an emerging market that is yet to create a lot. So the good news, opportunities are still widely open. Although you've seen a lot of companies that probably gathered a lot of financing, but the market is still yet starting. And listen, ya hadi, inshallah, ya Rab, we see more exits and more companies, coming in that field and doing a lot. I would say just focus on a real problem. Don't, at the very beginning, look at everybody and get distracted. Get to the core, the core of the problem. What is the pain? What is the customer wanting? And what is the solution? And how would you test something like that? We do support in the accelerator a lot on this. My advice to anyone who's doing impact, think of the business model. If you want sustainability, you gotta generate returns. Do not go and ask everyone, support me, support me, support me. If you do a good job creating the business model and the sustainability, you'll find support coming to your way more than what you've anticipated. And I think this is the secret formula that a lot of founders don't think about. They would ask for help early, but I would say try to figure it out within your close network, and hopefully the support will come, and reach out for mentorship as much as possible, but balance between the impact, the problem, the sustainable revenue, and the right team that has the right motives and values to actually be your companion in the journey. And our actually role is to back you when the right time actually comes. But talk to us early. It's good to know what we're looking for as investors. So show us the ideas and we will support.
Amazing points. Thank you.
As I said, I'm dreaming of a day that Saudi Arabia will be leading this social innovation. And the Crown Prince have said, Allah يحفظه قال, طموحنا عن السماء. So the sky is the limit. So maybe one day we can create something that is called Impact Index. مؤشر الريادة بالأثر أو مؤشر يقيس الأثر الاجتماعي الاستثمار في الأثر الاجتماعي. But this is on a national level. أتمنى إن احنا نسويه في السعودية ونقيسه عالميا. العالم كله يقلدنا لأن السعودية الآن هي صارت البنش مارك للعالم. So that's number one. And to the startups, I would say I would recall or re-second what Ms. Amal said, that again the sky is the limit. So consider let's say diversity in the revenue streams, also focus on the impact, and you will find a lot of doors when you come, and with that guts and trust, you will get it. Okay?
Yara, I know we're running out of time, but if I say Kareem is an impact company, do you disagree? Does anyone disagree? Raise up your hand if you disagree on that. Kareem has been one of the biggest impacted company enabling the drivers, to make that extra, cash on the free time. Think about it this way. Think about all these models, and I think it becomes your inspiration. Yeah. Foodix in Saudi enabled a lot of F&Bs to plug in. So I think opportunities are wider than everybody is thinking. But thank you, Yara.
Thank you, Amal. Thank you, Noura. And with leaders like you, honestly, there's no doubt that Saudi definitely will be leading impact, and with all the support with startups. So thank you so much for the valuable insight.
With such shining stars like you, mashallah alaikum startups, we're very proud of you, and we know the future is yours. Mashallah.
And she's in a portfolio company of ours,
Okay.
Yaqudlet, so I'll give her a shout out as well. So
thank you so much. Thank you, everyone.
مسي عليكم بالخير جميعا. كيف الامور وياكم؟ تمام؟ تسمعوني اللي ورا؟ بس ترفعون ايديكم واشوف. اوكي مركزين وياي. يعطيكم العافيه جميعا. الجلسه القادمه حديثها جدا مهم لكل مقدم خدمات يريد ان يكون جزء من المشاريع الناشئه كشريك. كيف يمكن ان تقدم الخدمات كفرصه ان تمتلك اكويتي.
to own equity, to
هذا
own part of the company. Of course, this concept is available. Some companies will say, we'll give you this kind of service and it costs you X and I'll take this portion of your company. But this, to talk it this way, hypothetically, is easy. But to what extent is convincing and how can be applicable and how can be beneficiary to the business and to the startups and maybe to build on, and what are the services that I need as a startup to build on and to add more equity to the company. There's a topic that we can discuss for all time, and the next session will be with regards to this topic.
How service provider offering marketing, talent acquisition, and operational support and partnering with startup through equity for services agreement. Let's give big applause for Mr. Badi O'Neill, the founding partner of Mac. The best.
Thank you. Hello. Thank you so much. Today, I'm hoping to tell you something that you don't already know. But there's some very smart, very experienced people in the room. So at the very least, I'm hoping I can give you the confidence, maybe some skills, to think more seriously about equity for services, unlocking the growth potential of purchasing services using equity. I'm going to start, if I may, with a couple of stories. I know two founders, a business in the med tech space. One of them a qualified doctor, the other one a natural salesman. You know the type. Incredible product, ready to take it to market, ready to start building it, both terrified of technology. So they decide they need a CTO. They meet a man that they like, they offer him 30% of their business. It's pre-product, nil valuation, 30%, very low risk. Bring him on board. Fast forward 12 months, product is being built, going pretty well. The CTO has a change of direction, no longer interested, leaves them behind. So now they have 30% debt equity in the business. They can't fundraise, they can't even open a bank account without that man's signature. So, as you might expect, that company failed. The other end of the spectrum, a business bought the services of a CMO using equity. Set up correctly, vesting over 18 months, that was the service they needed to unlock growth and accelerate them on their journey to where they wanted to be. That CMO worked with the business for 2 years. He took them from a valuation of $500,000 to a valuation of $24 million. Pretty good going, worked out for everybody. I'll let you into a secret. That CMO was me. I still work with them to this day. Now about me, I won't talk about myself for too long, that's a little bit boring. I'm a startup CMO, I work with businesses between pre-seed and Series B, anywhere between $500,000 revenue and $50 million revenue. Why am I talking to you today about equity? I am both a vendor of and a buyer of services using equity. That being said, I sell marketing in exchange for equity, and I buy services in exchange for equity. Usually development, but other services as well. And I've seen it fail more times than I've seen it work. I've done a lot of these deals. More often than not, it goes wrong. So equity deals, they're not all sunshine and smiles. Things can go wrong. So you have to look at the pros and cons. Equity deals is a game of balance. Pros, cons, things can go right, things can go wrong. The most prominent plus of purchasing services with equity is cash preservation, right? Cash is king and cash burn is king. So the majority of startups that focus on purchasing services with equity, it's for the preservation of cash. Now, the first question they need to ask is, can they afford to pay cash? If they can, maybe they need to explore whether there's another compelling opportunity. The difference between what you can accomplish with decision A and what you can accomplish with decision B, that's opportunity cost. Startups, it's all about opportunity cost. So, is there another compelling opportunity to deploy that capital for growth? Maybe yes, maybe no. If not, is there a compelling reason to pay somebody in equity, even though you can pay cash? Often there are some reasons. We'll come on to those. More common, though, can you afford to pay cash? The answer is no. early stage business, perhaps they can't raise venture capital, perhaps they can't raise debt funding, so their only option, or one of few options, is to purchase services using equity. And in which case you need to ask yourself, is there a compelling reason to not pay in equity? Because there may very well be. We'll come on to those in a moment too. The next pro of purchasing services using equity is access to high quality people. Some of the best consultants I know aren't interested in cash anymore. They want a piece of the pie, they want skin in the game. They want a long-term interest in helping this startup to grow. And the reason why is because they want to align their interests with that of the founders. When they win, you win. When you win, they win. Aligned interests helps everybody stay on track. And over the long term, aligned interests, two-year view, that builds loyalty and retention. So the 4 pros there of purchasing services using equity, we've got cash flow, we've got high-quality people who you can access with an equity deal, you've got aligned interests, and you've got loyalty and retention. But of course, the other end of the scale, the negatives, the downsides, over-dilution, the danger of a messy cap table can really impact your fundraising chances down the line. So think very, very carefully about whether you want to give away some of your precious equity early doors, because the results can be fairly catastrophic. It can really prevent you from raising, particularly if you're looking at venture capital funding or institutional investors. The next issue, complex valuations. Now, if you want to exchange equity, you need to put a value on that equity. If your business is pre-revenue, pre-product, that can be incredibly difficult. If you're cash generative, you can use a traditional valuation model, discounted cash flow or comparable business analysis. But if you are valuing an idea, incredibly difficult to place a valuation on that. Something you have to agree with between the service provider and the startup. Very, very tricky. Next, there are compliance issues. Now, in the Middle East, traditionally, you've not been as quick to accept equity deals as in the West, but the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia are now doing a great job in terms of facilitating those equity deals for startups. So the Commercial Companies Law 2022 onwards, now making it far simpler for businesses to purchase services using using equity. But there are still those compliance hoops to jump through. One of the most difficult barriers to overcome, the threat of misalignment. An equity deal is by its nature a long-term view, and over the long term, people's goals and aspirations can shift, people's personalities can change, all kinds of things can go wrong over the long term. So there's a real threat of misalignment. So the downsides there, when you're thinking about services for equity, you've got over-dilution. One of my slides is a little bit broken, excuse me. Now, the main thing I want to talk about today is this emotional versus rational decision-making. Founders are emotional creatures. A startup is their baby. And they tend to be overly emotional when making decisions, or they double down on rationality. Now, my view, and I agree with Selma Stockdale here, who's a writer on communication, that the best decisions are an output of both a rational and an emotional data set, which means that you need to balance your emotional brain with your rational brain for the best outcomes. So let's look at emotional drivers. When you're deciding whether an equity deal is right for your business, the first emotional driver is trust. If you're looking to bring in a service provider and pay them with equity, which is ultimately the lifeblood of your business, do you trust them? Do they have a track record? Can they deliver? Do you believe them? Do you believe them? And this is quite an abstract, emotional intelligence-based decision. Passion. The person you're bringing on board, do they have a passion for what you do? Are they aligned with your long-term vision? Or will they eventually get bored and move on, just like the person from my first story with his 30%, and he ran off into the sunset? Loyalty. Do you get the impression that this person will be loyal to your business? Will they stick around for the long term? Have they been involved for the long term? Do they want to be a part of your journey? So these are the emotional drivers. The emotional drivers when you're deciding whether to part with equity for services. Trust, passion, and loyalty. Now, the slightly less abstract side of that same scale, rational drivers. Service valuation. This is the main pitfall of an equity for services deal, because it's very difficult to value a service rationally. You imagine for a moment that the service you're trying to buy is gasoline, and your startup is the car. You need that gasoline for your car. The outcome of those services is the journey that you're going to go on, and the destination that you hope to reach, exit, IPO, who knows. Now, your emotional brain will look at the value of the equity at the point of exit, your destination, and you think, I have overpaid for those services by 15, 20, 50x, because at the point of exit, all the good stuff happens, right? So you need to bring this back to your rational brain and make an assessment of, would you have reached that destination in the first place if you didn't pay for the gasoline, which feels so expensive down the line? I've been in the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia for a couple of days now. I've not seen many cars that look like that. I think that's a little bit more like it. Dilution control, we talked about earlier on. As a rational driver, it's so, so important. You don't want to dilute your ownership as a founder too much, and of course it's going to be a blocker for institutional investment. Very, very important to consider your dilution roadmap. Vesting and milestones. This is key here. Now, if you are purchasing services such as technology, very, very easy, because your milestones are the delivery of a product. You can vest along with those milestones over 12 months, 18 months, 2 years. If you're purchasing a service which is a little bit more abstract, like consultancy, very difficult, which is why it's so important to have a vesting timeline agreed to. 12 months, 2 years, whatever it might be. It ensures a long-term relationship, long-term cooperation. Finally, the rational driver is the legality. Is it legal to do that deal, to exchange that equity for the services? You look at the foreign investment law, for example, which does allow for foreign investment and foreign ownership of small businesses, but it's very, very important to consider that there are legal implications, particularly in oil and gas, aviation, aerospace, and so on. So is it legal to do this deal with that particular service provider? So what this brings us to is best practice. How do you land this emotional versus rational decision-making in real life? Now, it's very, very important to establish clear terms and lock in evaluation. And what I mean by that is evaluation of your business and evaluation of the services, because they are both going to move over time. Day zero, you need to understand the valuation of both. Value those services objectively against market comparables. You might overpay eventually, but you don't want to overpay today. Be conservative with your equity offers for the reasons that we've discussed. You don't want to over-dilute in the future. Prioritize legal and tax compliance. I know this is the boring part. Everybody wants to focus on growth. You want to accelerate like a rocket ship. But I promise you, in the first instance, formal agreements. Rationalize that emotional bond you're forming with your supplier and build out these formal agreements now to save on problems further down the line. Also consider the tax and reporting implications. You may even be liable for the tax liabilities of the service provider, particularly if they are out of state. Something to consider. Build relationships, super important, but stay rational. Trust your emotional intelligence, trust your EQ. What do we mean by that? It means trust your gut, trust your instinct, because often your instinct is going to be right when you're talking about people. But set clear expectations to rationalize that emotional intelligence. What do you expect to happen and by when? Who's responsible for it? What does winning look like? Very, very important. Reevaluate your deal regularly. Company valuation is going to change over time. Service providers' costs might change over time. So you have a vesting schedule, 12 months, 18 months. And when that is up, don't assume that the same deal is going to continue on, because it likely won't suit. Monitor your performance very, very closely. Ensure everybody's doing what they're supposed to do. As your company grows, your valuation will increase. Perhaps the cap table becomes a little bit more messy. Adjust your deal. It may be that you're cash generative after the initial vesting period, and now you can pay that person in cash. Finding the balance is where I want to end here. Emotional brain, rational brain, combining the two to make good decisions as a startup. So my advice to you, if you're exploring a service provider and you'd like to pay them with equity, build your own decision-making framework, right? So you have a list of purchase criteria. Can they do the job? Do we trust them? Do they have a track record? Will somebody vouch for them? What does my gut tell me? Combine these emotional factors and these rational factors into a scorecard. Maybe you mark each line out of 10. You decide what your minimum viable score is at the end of it, and this allows you to take a decision which is both rational and emotional and look at it objectively across the market. So you can compare service providers with an objective score. Decision-making framework. And I will leave you with the words of Salma, who can say it much better than I. We may think that our decisions are guided purely by logic, but the best outcomes are those that are a result of both our emotional brain and our rational brain. Thank you very much. Thank you.
The next session title is very short, from local to global. But if you want to do it, it will be a long process. When, how, what's the method you should use, what's the right approach you have to take, what's the strategy. It is a dream for a lot of entrepreneurs, but not always will be fulfilled if you want to do it just because you want it. So about this and how and when, about the strategy to go from local to global, this session. Our moderator is Mashhourat Bayan and his guest, Mr. Nicholas West.
I think they have wrong graphics for us.
Oh yeah, okay, it looks just like me.
Unless that's an old picture of yours. Yeah, don't worry about it. So
you can see me, I'm right here.
Yeah, that's fine. So scaling startups, let's talk about that. But first, I'd like you to explain to those who are not aware of what you drive is.
Yeah.
What is it? What do you do? What do you offer differently from anyone who is in this space?
Yeah. So UDrive is the leading car sharing company in the Middle East. We take any car, we digitize it, we let you take the car from any place to any place, drop it anywhere on the street. We make your life extremely easy if you have a driving license. Yeah. And of course, as a mobility company, we take all the risk on ourselves, so you can have an easy ride and you can take your car anywhere in the UAE or in Saudi without any friction. That's basically what we do.
Basically, you own the fleet. You repurpose these cars to be rentable, if I may say, so that people can rent them.
Correct.
What's the smallest unit? Is it 1 minute?
So you can rent a car for 1 minute, so you literally can drive it from your house to your neighbors, and you only pay 1 rial.
Okay, but realistically, no one will do that, I guess.
Nobody will do that. It's very silly, but you can drive for 15 minutes, you pay for 15 minutes, you can drive for 2 days, pay for 2 days. We include all the petrol, we include all the parking, if there's paid parking. We don't force you to take pictures before and after the damage, because we trust you more than we don't trust you. So we choose more like the Amazon method, which is you're the honorable customer. Right. We are more focused on the customer experience and having no fear. And you can rent everything from a Nissan Sunny up to a Mustang, a Dodge Charger, all the cool exclusive cars.
But do you think that trust element works differently between different regions?
Yeah, it does a little bit. That's why the Mustang is the most premium car when it comes to like anywhere and everywhere, like what we call free float, where you can pick it up on one side of the city and drop it at the other side of the city. We do that with up to medium cost cars. We don't do Porsches and Ferraris like that. They would be a station.
So you do have a limitation on this trust. It's not like all the cars everywhere.
We like to work within the boundary and the economics of the vehicle. If you scratch a Nissan Sunny, it's cheap to repair. You scratch a Porsche, it's not cheap to repair.
Yeah, you have to repair yourself emotionally as well.
Correct, yeah, exactly.
So you started it in UAE.
Yes.
And then you expanded into Saudi.
Correct.
And we were discussing backstage how it's usually theoretically easy to expand into another region. Whether you're thinking about it, whether you're discussing it with ChatGPT. Yeah. But the moment you start to actually do it, you start facing, a host of challenges.
A lot of problems. Yes.
So what kind of challenges that you faced from, moving from or expanding from UAE to Saudi, especially that theoretically at least they look like two very similar countries in terms of traditions, in terms of, maybe how regulations are working, at least on a theoretical level.
Yeah, so look, when you look at going from where you currently are to where you want to be, like a new country, even a new city, the first thing you need to look at is anybody actually mobile, at least in our case? The thing is, yes, people are in cars, they're driving around. That means then there's probably a rental industry, there's a leasing industry. People own cars, they rent cars, they lease cars. So fundamentally, it is the same, but the city is different. Dubai is very vertical, and Riyadh is very horizontal, which means you do not have clustering of people in a very dense area, which means you have to change the way you look at mobility. So in Riyadh, the average driven distance on a daily rental is 150 to 130 kilometers. In Dubai, it's 70 to 80 kilometers.
So in Dubai, your fleet would be more concentrated in closer regions.
All the towers. Like, I would have 100 cars near 7 buildings, but in Riyadh, I'd have 100 cars stretched over a longer area because you don't have so many people condensed. In Kaft, we would have lots of cars. In Olaya, we'd have lots of cars. But in out by the airport or Princess Noor University, we'd have 15 cars, right? And they'd be positioned in a way where it's near to people that need that mobility.
And I believe you also need to do, correct me if I'm wrong, but you also need to reposition these cars as well. So you don't let customers dictate where cars are located.
So there's two models. You have free float, where you pick a car up and you drop it wherever you want. And then we can move it whenever we want. We only move it if it's not going to get rented.
Okay.
What you hope for is most of the time, humans don't move to the middle of nowhere. They have to get back. So if they go all the way to somewhere, they're probably coming back.
But they could take a rental, let's say in the morning, from point A to point B, which is very far, very far apart.
You restrict the boundaries.
But you would still have your fleet stretched compared to Dubai, like distributed across longer distances.
You need more cars to cover the same area, but you have a bigger population. So ratio-wise, it's the same. The difference is the population in Dubai is very condensed, and the population in Riyadh is very spread.
What I'm trying to find here is, where is the challenge exactly? Is it in the repositioning of the cars? Or is it in the number of the cars that you have to own? Or?
In our business, it's the positioning of the cars, but the volume of the cars. You need enough cars to meet the demand of the customers. Let's do an example. If you go to a shop in the morning to buy milk, and you go there and there's milk, and then you go the next day, there's milk, the next day there's milk, there's the next day milk, you learn there is milk every morning for your breakfast. Okay, so you're very happy. Then on the 6th day you show up, there's no milk. The 7th day you show up, there's no milk. The 3rd day you show up, there's no milk. And then you stop going to the shop because there's no milk. For us, the problem is there is a car, there is a car, there is no car, no car, no car. And then the customer learns there's never any product.
So basically he sees this service as unreliable and then stops using it.
Which is why when you launch and you do any expansion project, whether locally or internationally, you find a core customer base that you want to service first. You make sure that you go, okay, I'm going to service everybody in tall towers for UDrive. So I put my cars by tall towers. In Riyadh, we said put all the cars in Olaya, because you've got tall towers, and dense population. So you start there, or CAF.
But in UAE, you only operate in Dubai?
No, UAE, Abu Dhabi, Sharjah.
But I bet that you even find differences even within UAE,
Absolutely.
between Dubai. Let's say if we take it on an international perspective, Dubai, Riyadh, Dubai is more diverse in terms of culture, nationalities, and
Yes.
so on. Riyadh is more uniform there.
Abu
So-
Dhabi is like Riyadh. It's a
exactly.
grid system, and it's flat,
Yeah.
except for the Corniche, which is probably is bigger than your Olaya district in Kaft.
So
but it's
shouldn't that make it easier for you to handle the challenges in Riyadh? If Abu Dhabi is already offering a similar demographic and similar geography.
not really, because the population of Abu Dhabi is not as dense as Riyadh,
Oh,
and
okay.
it's not as dense as Dubai. So in Riyadh, you have horizontal and lots of traffic and movement and people moving around.
Yeah.
Abu Dhabi is not as busy.
Okay.
Like we have 1,000 cars in Dubai, and we have 80 cars in Abu Dhabi.
So besides the demographic part and
Yeah.
the geography, what else have you find challenging expanding into Saudi?
People. Everything in startup and scale-up is about people.
Okay.
If you can't get the right people, your business is dead.
Isn't that true about Dubai as well, or UAE?
Of course it is. It was not easy. When we started the company, we had 100 cars, then 200,
So
then
how is it
500.
a challenge in terms of expansion?
So in the UAE, we spent many years learning how to recruit in the UAE. When you come to Saudi, you have to find talent that is from the city, that understands how to get things done, how to speak to the police, how to speak to the rental car companies. And the rental car companies, the police, the government, it's different here. It's a different structure, a different way of doing business.
I've seen companies trying to tackle expansion into Saudi by either managing it from outside, which I believe we agree it fails, or trying to create a team from that original team to basically fly into Saudi and establish something there.
Yeah.
But you're going to the third option, which I
So
think
the
is...
third option is partly is number two. You take a team from the headquarters, the team that is experienced in the operations of the business. You send them for a period of time, 3 months, 6 months, and they train the local team.
But the mandate would be on hiring and knowledge transfer. It's not
Correct,
like...
absolutely.
It's not like they're going to set up the business on their own and operate it from
Yes.
there. So they won't be the management of the...
This is not like
Saudi-
going from England to Wales or Wales to Scotland or Scotland to France. This is going from a very different structured city, which is Dubai, to a very different structured country and city called Riyadh. So you cannot replicate the same team structure. You have to knowledge transfer. Knowledge transfer, though, is replaced by two things. Knowledge, me telling you how to do something, and systems and processes and tools and technologies that replace the human. So the more you build technology, the less the humans have to do the manual work, which they can spend more time in the strategic stuff, like generating revenue, optimizing the customer experience for the local market, finding partnerships, working with government partners. And this is something that startups take for granted because they think they did it so well. I can tell you the first year in Saudi was the worst, one of the hardest experiences I've had out of the entire history of UDrive. Not because the city's bad, nothing. We over-expected certain things to be the way we wanted, and it was not the case.
Yeah, and I think even when you're talking about knowledge transfer, sometimes even the knowledge that you come into to a new country is invalid, or at least partially, because there are certain ways that the same business would operate in Riyadh that's significantly different than how you do it in UAE. So how did you handle that clash? You have a team coming in, thinking they have all the expertise, and the locals telling them that, no, this is not how we do things. So how do you manage this kind of clash?
First thing, make sure the team coming into the country understands their job is to transfer as much as they can to the people operating the country. And then to the people operating the country, tell them their job is to learn everything they can from the people coming in, because when they go, it's up to them to make it happen. You give support, you have management support, you have technological support, but in the end, most successful startups who ever scale, they have a great operational leader in that new country or that new city. Not just a paper guy, a guy that gets their hands dirty, will do whatever it takes to succeed, whether it's sales, relationships. They'll scrub the floor. If they have to scrub the floor, they'll scrub the floor.
But in terms of engagement, do you actually define, especially since you have experience expanding globally before even you drive?
Yes.
So do you follow have you developed a certain framework where you say these parts are left for the local team, they have to develop on their own?
Yeah.
These parts are the core aspect of our service that we'll deploy globally wherever we go? Or do you just let the two teams figure it out?
To answer the question, it really probably depends on the product. But for example, UDrive has a very standard app that has a very good experience, and it needed to be in Arabic, so it was in Arabic.
Yeah.
Nobody really plays with that. That's a product definition at the company level. When we got feedback from the customers on the ground in the city, that translated to our product team through local operations and through customer experience online. And so we had to adapt our top-level technology so that it would work the way it needs to in the UAE, but also work the way it needs to in Saudi. Because in Saudi, when you rent a car, you become technically responsible for the car.
Yeah.
And so there's a different experience in the app for transferring my responsibility to you.
And I think it's even critical for the team and let's call it the core team of the product to understand which components that are supposed to change across countries.
Yes.
And which components are maybe just hard-coded for Saudi. This component is only going to be for Saudi. This component, no, maybe it's related to tax.
Yes.
That we have to make it configurable in a way.
Correct.
To support any expansion that we do. But in terms of regulation, what are the top differences that you noticed between UAE and Saudi and this kind of service?
In all honesty, much more open mindset in Riyadh.
Interesting.
Because when it comes to the business model, the TGA, the Transport Authority, doesn't want to interfere with how you make money on the car.
No.
They just want you to provide a safe, positive experience. I really like that, because if I want to charge 1 dirham or 1 day or 5 days, I can do whatever I want. It's my business model. If I want to lose money doing that, that's my choice. When we launched in the UAE, it was not the case. We were told how to operate the first cars. And
so even to the point that they dictate
the price point, the max price, the minimum price, the type of car.
Is it to the point that they actually define the business model, or is it that they impose strict restrictions of what you can do, what we can't do?
Restrictions were there for safety and security, same for everybody.
Yeah.
The price I could charge, the number of cars I could charge with that price point.
In the UAE.
In the UAE, in Dubai specifically.
Yeah.
It's no different, Nan. In the UAE, all of the Ubers are Toyota Lexus and above.
Yeah.
In Saudi Arabia, it's anything with wheels and above.
Could be surprised with a bicycle or something.
So the experience in Dubai is very nice quality, and in Saudi it can be a bit mixed depending on who the car owner is, right?
Yeah.
So that's a great thing for Dubai.
But and it's a great thing for the consumer, this control from the authority, but it might limit the entrepreneurs.
It messes with your unit economics. So, you know, when you're building any business and then you're expanding it, if you build a business that has gross profit, but is not group profit, it means you buy a car for $1 and you sell it for $2.
Yeah.
It means you're making $1 profit, right? So that's positive. So when you scale that, if you have 10 cars, you have $10, and 100 cars, $100. When you expand that to another market, you need to know how you're going to make unit positivity. Otherwise, you're going to be losing money forever. And this is what happened to people like Uber. It took them decades to figure out how to make profit.
I'd love to go into more details with you, but unfortunately we're out of time. So thank you very much, Nick, and thanks to everyone for attending this panel.
Thanks very much.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, now it's time to exit. I'm joking, please don't leave. That's the title of our next session. It's time to exit, an M&A guide for founders. So without further ado, please welcome our keynote speaker for this session, Swapunil Manish.
Thank you. Good evening, everyone. My name is Swapnil Manish. I'm the founder and CEO of PlayCKC Interactive, which is a sports tech fan engagement platform. I happen to be an investment banker in my past life. You know, advised on M&A deals, IPOs, private equity, was part of large banks. The last 10 years, it's been a lot of startups, and that's what I've been doing. So, you know, it's very important. A lot of startup founders are attending this event, a lot of entrepreneurs. It's very important to, you know, sort of strategize for exit. Now, when I say exit could mean even partial exit. Exit may not always mean a full exit from your business. It could also mean, you know, integrating with a larger partner to grow it further, to create a legacy. So it's important to, you know, strategize around that. And today what we'll talk about is, we'll talk about what are the various ways you can exit the business, why use M&A as the method, what are the various things that go into the preparation, and finally, what kind of negotiation strategy that we could use, right? So, okay, so yeah, that's the topic, time to exit an M&A guide for founders. Yeah, so as I said, these are the topics that I'd like to cover today. You know, why use M&A to exit, when and how to sell, key steps in preparing for M&A, and then, you know, what kind of negotiation strategy we can use. So why sell your business? That's the first question. You've built your business brick by brick. A lot of blood and sweat has gone into building that business. So why sell it? Now, it's a long journey, right? Your entrepreneurship is a hard, long journey. And, you know, there are things that will change. Now, one of the things that people don't think, when I say sell your business, I mean, it could be desire for growth. You know, you want to grow even more. You've suddenly realized that, you know, you need a partner to grow, maybe a strategic partner to grow. I mean, examples, there are so many. You look at a Facebook, Instagram, you look at a Facebook, WhatsApp, you look at, you know, YouTube, which was acquired by Google. In all these cases, the founders actually stayed on after the acquisition, grew the business even more, and grew it independently. And they were able to create a legacy. Even today, you know, Facebook operates Instagram and WhatsApp separately. YouTube is still a brand, although the founders have gone. In fact, in my own life, I advised on a similar transaction. You know, I advised a pipes manufacturing company, which was a Belgian company looking to enter India, and they acquired an Indian entity, acquired 60% of it. They kept the 40% was with the founders. The founders exited after 5 years, after helping the Belgian company establish their presence in India. So it was a great exit. It worked out very, very well. As they say, it was a proper win-win strategy for both, right? So that is a, you know, desire for growth. You know that you've hit a kind of a plateau, and to grow further, you need to ally with a larger entity. There could be other things. There could be market conditions. You know, slowdown or regulatory changes in the industry can force a consolidation. Now, last year in India, I'm from India, so I'll just give a very small example. In my own industry, gaming, right? And when I say gaming, I mean the fantasy gaming and that part of it. There was a key regulation change when it came to taxes. And that ensured that a lot of smaller players got folded up. Either they got consolidated into the larger entities, or they had to you know, shut down. So that can also happen. So as an entrepreneur, one should be ready to sort of constantly evaluate what's going on. Personal health, very important. You know, it's a long journey. 5 years, you may be 25 when you founded the business, you may be 30 when you founded the business, and 5 years later, you've got a kid, you've got a young family, and long hours have meant that it's taken a toll. So priorities change. So that could also be a driver for exit. Lack of motivation, very much so. In fact, research says that a lot of founders are able to add the most value to their business in the first 5 to 6 years of their operation. So, so people can move out. So that is also. And then there's a desire to explore a new path. Maybe you want to, there are other avenues that you want to explore. So that could also fuel a desire to, go ahead. So how do different exit strategies stack up? Now, the data that you see here is US startup exit data. And you can see that, in the heyday, you see IPOs, and these are, I've given you the average exit value and average funding amount. What you'll see here, very interestingly, is that the M&A deal volume has come down, but it hasn't gone away. IPOs have come down quite significantly because, as you know, between 2020 and 2021, it was at a high, and then the funding winter hit. And what it meant was a lot of IPOs stopped happening. They were cancelled. M&A continues to be that stable method through which you can exit. It's obviously quicker than an IPO. You need to, if you look at the funding, so this is a very interesting data point. So average exit value in case of M&A is 2.1 billion, while for IPO it's 6 billion. But you look at the amount of funding that was to be raised before you could exit via an M&A versus IPO. It's almost, 3.5 times. So 3 times, in fact. So, so that tells you that, typically involve lower fundraise and provide quicker exits when compared to IPO. So that's what M&A does. Now, why exit via an M&A then? Choice of exit depends on market conditions, of course, but market conditions play a lesser role when it comes to M&A. In case of IPO, it plays a bigger role. So that is a key difference. M&A offers quicker liquidity at an earlier stage, It's a quicker process. IPOs typically take 12 months. It's a highly regulated process. It's a 12-month process. M&As can be closed in 3 to 6 months. In good market conditions, this is a very important point. Strategic acquirers, not financial acquirers, but strategic acquirers can offer a substantial premium in good market conditions. So that is another point in favor of M&A. And if a founder decides to stay on, which is what happened in case of, say, an Instagram or a Facebook, then they can continue building without worrying about the quarter-on-quarter growth, which is typically what companies who've done an IPO were listed. They have to constantly worry about that. A very good example here, and I'll just move away from the whole topic. Just a very good example is Instagram and Snapchat, right? Great examples. Now, Facebook acquired Instagram very famously when they had no revenue, 13 employees, for $1 billion, while they offered $3 billion for Snapchat in another 2 years' time or something. Now, obviously, we all know the story, right? Instagram got acquired at $1 billion, no revenue, 13 employees. Today, the valuation of Instagram, sum of parts, it's obviously part of Meta, is $100 billion. And they're contributing almost $35 to $40 billion to the top line of Meta. You contrast that with what Snapchat has done. Snapchat they declined to be acquired by Facebook. Today, they went for an IPO in 2017. And today, they are, the revenues are around 5 billion. The market cap is around 20 billion. So that should tell us that sometimes, allying rather than, competing. Because what Snapchat had to do was they had to face the whole fury of Meta and Facebook, right, in 2016 with everything that happened. So, if a founder decides to stay on, create a legacy, then, they can continue building without worrying about quarter-on-quarter growth. So, there are other exit routes. apart from the 4 that you see here, M&A IPO, there's SPAC, which is kind of now fallen off a little. There is direct listing. There could be other routes, management buyouts, secondary buyouts, licensing, etc. Now this is we're talking about when should a founder think about selling, right? And one of I like this quote quite a bit, you know. This is from the author of a book called The Art of the Exit. What he says is, if founders aren't convinced that they can do another successful round of fundraising, they should sell before they run out of money. Because obviously when you run out of money, you have lesser leverage in getting a better value, right? So now why would something like that be? Because as you know, as you reach a Series A, Series B, Series C, the round sizes become bigger. It's tougher to raise money unless you're growing very, very fast, right? There's another matter of, you know, if you're growing fast versus, you know, targeting profitability, then it's better to sell when you're growing fast rather than when you're targeting profitability. So there are some of these things that are very typical to the startup world, may not always apply to the the other businesses, the traditional business. Yeah, so moving on. Now, when and how to sell, there are quite a few internal factors, external factors. Market conditions we talked about. If there are favorable macroeconomic conditions, there is a high deal volume on M&A side. There's a strong IPO market. The markets are rising. Those are very, very strong indicators that's a good time to sell, especially if there are other factors at play as well. Now, there could be competitive pressure. We saw that where there's a large competitor who has the money, or there is a new technology that is threatening your existence. So either you sort of innovate or you sell, right? You move out, because otherwise you'll lose value as you go on. There could be pressure from the investors who've come in at Series A. They may want to exit by the time, you know, a Series D round has come, for example, right? So there's that pressure. There's a life and innovation cycle kind of thing. Now, what does that mean? What it means is, let's say every financing round becomes progressively harder. Now, what are you raising for? Are you raising for innovation? If you're raising for innovation, if you're at the cusp of, you know, a big product breakthrough, then maybe you can wait. Then it's worthwhile to wait a little longer before you exit. But if that's not the case, then you know that the next round is going to be tougher, especially in a tougher market conditions. Then, you know, it's a good time to sell. In the funding winter, for example, you know, I was part of that funding winter. I was trying to raise money for my own startup. And it was easier for early stage startups to raise as compared to a Series B, Series C kind of startup. So as you go on, progressively the rounds become tougher. There are factors to consider in evaluating preparedness. Okay, you've decided this is a good time to sell. Now, what are the factors you should consider to see that you're prepared? You know, there has to be corporate fitness. Your systems have to be in place. Your financials have to be in place. They have to be robust. There has to be a strong management team, because obviously any acquirer coming in, they would want the management team to continue, at least transition. And then there is, you would ideally want a deal advisor, right? A financial advisor in place. You would appoint a legal advisor a little later in the process. So this is just, you know, I'm sure a lot of you know this. These are some of the key steps in an M&A process. There are 4 key stages. There's obviously preparation, there's marketing, there's due diligence, and then the final stage is negotiation and execution. Now, preparation is very, very important, because this is the stage where you're ensuring that all the other stages go on smoothly. If you've not done the preparation well, then you will struggle with the timelines in the rest of the 3 stages. Obviously, it means that, you know, create a teaser, information memorandum, financial model, all that is ready. You ensure that your list of potential acquirers is ready. You kind of have a preference A, preference B, preference C kind of a thing. Then you market it through your banker. Typically, appointing a banker is extremely important. Although a lot of founders, I've been in that place. You know, when I raised my round for my first startup, I thought, I'm a banker, I've been there, let me raise it. By the time my third startup came along, it became very clear to me that it's important to have the banker in the middle. It's important to have that person because you would not negotiate everything with the buyer or with the investor, in my case. So it's important that the marketing is done a lot by the banker, by the financial advisor. Then there's a due diligence. Once there's some initial interest, there's an LOI signed, there's a due diligence process that goes on. And then finally, there's a confirmatory due diligence. You get into the transaction documentation, a share purchase agreement, or an investment agreement, or whatever. And then, you finally, that's when the lawyers kind of take over the process, right? So these are the key steps in the M&A process. Now, how should startups prepare for M&A? Now, this is before you get into everything. So, you establish a roadmap. What does a roadmap mean? A roadmap would mean, who wants what, right? Me as a founder, what do I want? My stakeholders, what do they want? Create a matrix, create that, a roadmap as to how that will be done. Have some timelines in place, very important. Secondly, assemble an advisory team. First and foremost, a financial advisor who will not just introduce you to buyers, but also take you through the entire process of deal advisory, structuring, valuation advisory. Those are very important, right? You should know that what you're asking for is not too high, not too low. Sometimes founders can underestimate the value of their... so that's why a third party who's not as emotionally connected to the business as you are, that person is important to be appointed. Then you create the financial forecast, business plans, because anybody who comes in obviously wants to have that business plan in place, wants to invest on the basis of that business plan, right? Then get your ducks in a row, and this is a very American term. This essentially what it means is that you have everything in place. You've got your intellectual property in place. If there are some filings that need to be done, please do that. If there are contracts that are not in place, or they've not been updated, or they've expired, please have them renewed. Have a proper organization structure, group operations, an operating plan, operating systems. If there's an ERP system that needs to be kind of implemented or strengthened, do that. All those things have to be done. Prepare a data room. A data room is nothing but a collection of all the important documents, financial, legal, commercial, compliance-related, everything. All that, your audited financials, your unaudited numbers for the current year, all those have to be part of a data room which anybody can access, who you allow to. And that has to be properly structured. So ideally, the banker would do it, or somebody from your team will do it. Evaluate the management team, who's strong at what. Ensure that, key facets, key strong points of your management team is brought out in any presentation that you give to any potential buyer. And then communicate with the stakeholders, very important. Communication is often overlooked, and that shouldn't be the case, because your existing investors, your employees, sometimes your key vendors, sometimes your key customers, of course at different stages, you should be communicating with them. You should be communicating, of course don't communicate everything, but do keep them in the loop, because things will change, right? A lot of contracts will be renegotiated once an acquirer comes on board. So that needs to be kept in mind. Now, we come to the final section of this presentation, and that's negotiation. It's obviously an art. There's no exact science behind negotiations. This person, Mark McCormack, was the founder of IMG, which was he was also a lawyer, by the way. IMG was a sports management company, is a sports management company, manages a lot of athletes. And I found it very interesting. It says anger can be an effective negotiation tool, but only if it is calculated. It shouldn't be as a reaction. Or it could be, to put it in another way, you shouldn't be angry. You can demonstrate anger, but do not be angry. Do not lose your calm. It's very important. right? So it can sound a bit counterintuitive, I understand that. We'll talk about, now, what are the various negotiation strategies? You know, there's, you want to have a very effective communication at all times. Communicate, very important. You may think that, you know, people understand, but always err on the side of over-communication of your points, at least the things that you want to communicate. Always prepare very well, not just preparation of what you want to achieve, but also preparation of what the opposing party, you know, what their expectations would be. You know, you have to manage them because ultimately it's a negotiation. You have to be objective. Excuse me. Yeah, you have to be objective and utilize what you call as a mix of win-win and hard sell strategies. Yeah, so now win-win obviously everybody understands. Hard sell is essentially a strategy which could be, it's my way or highway. Now you don't use that always. You use it for only those points which are absolutely non-negotiable. Now one may think that once the deal value, you're the one who's seller, once the deal value is finalized, you're mostly done. That's not the case. There are a lot of key terms, finer prints, which have to be negotiated. You have to go through the process, and they can, a lot of times, scuttle the deal if not done properly. So, be objective, understand that the other side is also there to close the deal. But of course, on points that are non-negotiable to you, have a kind of a hard sell strategy in place. Understand your objectives, know the buyer's motivations, we've talked about it, prepare through due diligence, develop a BATNA. Now, BATNA is best alternative to a negotiated agreement. So you've got an agreement in place in your head, this is what I want, but do have a backup plan. What if, you know, your points are not being agreed upon? What kind of backup plan you have? So I think that's what a BATNA is. Manage the timelines. It's important to have a timeline in place, stick to the timelines, remind the other party that, hey, there's a timeline in place. We need to complete these steps by this date. It's important. And possibly involve the legal advisor there, right? Have an advisor do that bit. Communicate effectively, collaboratively, anticipate and address questions, and leverage on your advisory team, as I said. Always manage your emotions. Stay objective. Last, but definitely not the least, there is, in every negotiation, there is a point from which you walk away. Have that point in your back pocket. It may sound harmful, but have that. Because without that, an effective negotiation can't be made. So, yeah, that's it from my side. Thank you. If there are any questions, happy to address them. Thank you.
So when we talk about entrepreneurship, innovation, business, we don't usually think about space, do we? But now we must, because business has moved to space, ladies and gentlemen. Our next speaker will be talking to us about shaping the future of space ecosystem, innovations, technology, how to be an entrepreneur in space. So please, without further ado, join me in welcoming our speaker, Frank Salzberg, Acting Vice Governor at the Space Sector at CST. The floor is yours.
Thank you so much. Thank you for being here. And for all of the people which are not here, bad luck for them. Let me see. Start. Can I have my presentation, please? And we start with the first one. Were you ever camping or out in the night sky, looked up to the stars with your friends, with your kids, with your wife, and said, what is out there? Somebody did that? Come on, you did. Yes, yes, very. I did the same. And, you know, there is even an answer. Are we alone? And I tell you, there is an answer, but in space, it's all about formulas. So this gentleman, Mr. Frank Drake, was making a formula, so we even can calculate that if you're alone or not alone. So and it's very easy. So if you cannot sleep, this is what you can read. So you take stars which are born, you take stars in a solar system. So we have only one star in the solar system. No, we have more. But we have only one star. That's the next equation, is which you can live on. Are there any Star Trek fans? Come on, yes, very so. We call it M planet. It's an M planet, you know, everybody knows that. It's a planet where you can live on. And then you have to see, is this planet able to give life? If this life is intelligence. Is this life intelligence enough? And what is the time to transmit the message? And how long the civilization lives? And then by the end of the day, you got the formula, how many aliens you have in space or not. Normally, when you calculate it, some people get 0, some people get 100. So it's all about mathematics. Why I'm telling you that? Because when we were kids, we don't take formulas. When I was a kid, this was my hero. You know, I was 9 years old, and this guy, there were white ones, yellow ones, transparent one, blue one was the boss. Lego was coming up with this space series. You know, walking robots, movies, small spaceships, on moon, and so on. And that was 78. 78, I mean, you got a little bit younger, I was 9 years old, and I thought that's the future. As a kid, you dream. And I always wanted to become an astronaut. I had no clue that I ended up later in the space agency and now working in the space sector in the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia. But who was keen to get an astronaut as a kid? Yes, 1, 2, 3, very good. For the rest, I have a second. So it's about dreams, it's about what you can do. My name is Frank Salzgeber. I worked for Apple. I had my own startup company. I'm working since 25 years in space, and I'm taking care of the space sector here in the kingdom. That's our galaxy. It's about 100 million light years. That means if you have a light, it takes 100 million years you see it on the other side. That's the dimension. It's huge. And we rotate around the center of the galaxy, and our planet is rotating with 100,000 kilometers around our sun and our solar system around the center of the system. And that is us. So for all who have not raised their hand, you're all astronauts. We're all astronauts on the spaceship Earth. And it's all about perception. And in entrepreneurship, it's always about perception. And it's about North Stars. And we were very proud last year to have our astronauts, Ali and Rana, going to the International Space Station, because it's about North Stars. Thank you so much. It's giving the kids the North Star, not becoming a lawyer or an accountant. Become an entrepreneur, become a scientist, become a physicist, become a medical doctor. North Stars are very important because North Stars are changing your mind, changing the way how you see things. And let us go back to the year 1868, December 1868. These three gentlemen were on Apollo 18, going around the moon, looking to the moon, seeing what's going on, and they're looking to craters. And it was not planned. And entrepreneurship is a lot about stuff which is not planned, because then you make the difference. So they changed the spacecraft a little bit because they want to make photos of craters. They were preparing Apollo 11, and then they saw this. The blue marble in the darkness of sky. Our vulnerable planet. And this picture has changed the view, not only of a generation, of entire mankind. Because it was the first time, unplanned, wow. And the guy said, give me the colored film. That was the time with black and white films. And it changed his perspective. Today, we don't need only astronauts to our Earth. We have satellites in orbit. Our Earth observation satellite predicting the weather, the climate change, what happens on our planet. Because it's our spaceship. We should treat our spaceship pretty good, because there's not another one. Anyhow, today, Earth observation helps us to predicting what is going on our fields. Earth observation helps us with agriculture, predicting crops, illness of crops, what is going in water. Earth observation, even counting buildings. This is what Techni ETS and other companies doing. You do that with AI automatically, from the sky, from cameras from the sky. And maybe you know also this company, Quant. You say it's a prop tech company. I say it's a space company. We just visited them a couple of weeks ago, and they want to do more because they take space data and seeing where is your new house and give it to everybody. Space data changing Earth observation, our way how we work. But it's not only space data, it's also navigation. Trust me, your food will not arrive, you will not find the place of your friend. Do you think the airplanes play normally by that? They use Earth observation data to where, but they use navigation. The navigation satellites tell us also the time signal, what's going on. And even with shipping, every ship on a certain size has a receiver and transmitting their position. If you don't have a receiver in your ship, either you're defense or it's a ship you do something you should not do. So this is where we measure the traffic worldwide across the globe every day, every minute, everywhere. And of course, that's the new connectivity. It's the third element. Having seamless connectivity. If it's OneWeb or Starlink, you're in the middle of nowhere and you have broadband. And you have 150 Mbits and you can even play with the latency you got. That's pretty cool. It's connecting the last billions on our planet, seeing what's going on. This is a project in the desert or below Cairo. Earth observation, telecommunication, navigations are the backbone of our digital industry and are used here by a lot of startup companies without knowing. And this is exactly where we want to help with the ecosystem and helping the startup companies building the most advanced technology when it comes to digitalization. And then you have crazy stuff. And I don't know, who have seen that recently? Very good. This will change, again, the way. Why SpaceX is so successful? Two things. Reusability and a high vertical integration. The booster, which is just catch there, is 70 meters big, 9 meters in diameter. Together, it's 100 with the Starship, 120 meters. The Liberty of State has 93 meters. It's huge. This rocket is moving 150 tons into orbit. Pressurized or non-pressurized volume of 1,000 cubic meter. The International Space Station is 1,000 cubic meter. So at the moment, you see, capacity goes up, price goes down. You will see crazy stuff in near orbit, and you will see crazy stuff on moon, and you will be part of it. And then you have cool companies like ESA Aerospace. Their two founders, Daniel was just joining us on FRI. They started 2018, having now over 400 people. It's the best funded startup company related to space in Europe. They can print a rocket engine two engines a week. They're just building some 40,000 square meters industry site. 2018, this is deep tech, and they do everything by themselves. Space can accelerate deep tech, and rocket is only small. Why it's so important, Power? Who has an Apple Watch? There you see. So I don't have Apple shares anymore, even when I worked and met Steve, and we worked with Apple in the 90s. It's the power of vision. We have a dream, we know where to go, a tool, and then we hit it. And normally as entrepreneurs, you have to forget left and right when the people say, don't go there, that's bad, you should not do that. If people say that, I tell you what, you're on the right track. You know, if no lawyer writes you something, you should stop that, then you're on the wrong track. So therefore, be a little bit crazy. Occupying Mars, and Elon is always worrying that, it's not a game on Steam. This will come. Trust me, this will come. And maybe then you have crazy holidays, exhibitions where you have not thought about, and you don't go maybe to Bangkok or Thailand or Maldives, you go somewhere else. Anyhow, I'm nearly done. It's the century of space. You can be all part of it. Let us know. Let us help you. This is something which will change the future. It will hammer a dent into the universe, and everybody can be part of that. But there's one more thing. And when we go back to the time in 20th July 69, where an entire generation was inspired by the landing of Apollo 11 on the moon. Everybody has the same genetic code. And I call it, it's a superpower. And the superpower is your curiosity, your dreams. And your curiosity drives us. And I have two boys, Lucas and Johannes. They're out, of course, in Riyadh now. It's Friday night, so they're not hanging around here, even when they want to become entrepreneurs. They are 17, so what do you expect? So but when Johannes was 1 year old, and we had a house, he was dismantling my toolbox. This is a screw, what is this, and so on. Why he's doing that? Because when we are young, in our heart, there is driving the curiosity. And school kills that, and university tries to bring it back. So I want to go today that you go home and think, where is your curiosity? When was the last time you were innovative, when you changed something, and what that happens to you? Bill Gates says, success is a lousy teacher because it teaches smart people to think they cannot fail. Get your curiosity back. Look to your sons, kids, friends' kids, your nephews. They all have that, and somehow you lose that. Where is our kid in our heart? Because this is what drives every entrepreneur to do something different. Find your superpower back, because I would say everybody can reach the stars. You just have to add space. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Frank. Amazing presentation, amazing talks. The next session had this title, Future-Proofing Sports Innovation, Investment, and Community Impact. This session will dive into the future of sport, emphasizing the critical role of innovation, strategic investment, and community impact. Let me say this in Arabic. عالم الرياضة قد يكون هو الموضوع الأكثر قابلية للحديث والتفاعل مع أي شخص في العالم. هو الموضوع الأكثر عالمية من بين كل المواضيع الموجودة. كيف يمكن استخدام الابتكار وهذا التطور في وسائل الاستثمار، هذا القدرة على خلق تفاعل مجتمعي عبر هذه التقنيات المتصلة في بعضها لجعل الرياضة تضمن مستقبل أفضل وتضمن هذا الحراك اللي أصلاً هي في أساسها تملكه، هذا اللمة العالمية حول الرياضة كيف يمكن أن تكون. كلنا نعرف أن للرياضة مكانة خاصة في رؤية المملكة 2030. هذا
special place in our vision.
البطولات القادمة,
the next championships and the adoption of different and the specialized federations. How can they open the door for sports, more doors through investments and through innovation?
Our speaker is the co-founder of Asia Sport Tech, Mr. Jean Baptiste Roy. Give him big applause, Mr. Jean. Best.
Hi. Hi everyone, thanks for being there and being exciting about this presentation about the future of sports. So today, Saudi Arabia has amazing ambition to become a global powerhouse in the world of sports. On top of this here, we have hundreds of companies in many different sectors here presenting at Biban that are looking for new product market fit, new opportunities, new businesses. However, the sports ecosystem may sometimes look very closed. From my experience of working in it, there are so many companies I've seen today over the last few days that can have business opportunities in the world of what we call sports entertainment. Oh. I don't know what happened. There you go. Go back to it. So what I want to show you today is that the future of sports is not only about the game we see. There is a lot of business opportunities around it, and from you as innovator, investor, and government partners, understand that you can foster and support it through innovation, investment, and have a very strong community impact. I have been within that industry for more than 10 years, coming from the investment side, the private equity side. I've had a chance to lead and help large partners to grow in Asia Pacific, from North Asia, South China, Southeast Asia, across 4 billion consumers in the Asian markets. And I'm here to give a bit of the tips that I have leveraged, I have built throughout those countries and ecosystems, and hopefully here people could inspire themselves from, to build the future of Saudi Arabia as a global powerhouse in these ecosystems. I've had the chance to work with few people here, from the Paris Olympic Games to continue leveraging nascent French football players in their brand building ecosystems. And I've had a chance to work with organization, technology, IPs, events across the entire value chain, and I continue to do so. Something that, if you want to remember one thing out of this entire presentation, you can start with this. You need to understand that the ecosystem is not only the games that we see, or the local football matches, however, there are 5 pillars here that are part of the ecosystem that can help you understand how this cross-pollinates. 1, infrastructure. 2, tech and innovation. 3, IP creation. 4, fan engagements and safety, because those are ways to protect your businesses and what you build. And the last one is community and impact, that is getting more and more important when we build future IPs. There are some key questions that we will need to answer here, and I'm sure here people are asking themselves those questions when they are looking at this ecosystem. So it's who is leading in terms of innovation? Who is leading in terms of future content? Second, how can the fans and the customer, how are they integrated within the local ecosystem here? And how the kingdom is growing that within the entire region? What's the future of this innovation ecosystem that we have here within the global ecosystem of sports, fitness, and health and wellness? How can the Middle East continue to thrive and the kingdom become a global sports destination powerhouse? There could be some announcement in the coming few days about some mega events. So how can this entire innovation ecosystem and startup that we have here benefit from those global mega events that put the spotlight and also are a great opportunity to showcase that? If I can relate to it, 2008, this was the year where China hosted Beijing Olympics. That day, people have discovered the amount of innovation the country was putting on the planet, from LED, technology, screens, so on and so forth. And people realized how innovative the country could become. Mega sports events are a great showcase for that. So when we look at infrastructure, there are a few things to make sure to not reproduce mistakes from the past, that we don't only here to just build. Build is easy. Today, you need to create experiences. You need to go way beyond the infrastructure. You need to look at fan experience. You need to integrate from the get-go what the future ecosystem and infrastructure will be. You need to think about the stakeholders around. First, the fans. The fans are at the core of that ecosystem. Yes, it may not be who the builders and the infrastructure company thinks first. However, you are building experiences. It has to be for the fans, and we are the fans. So it always has to be fan first, because the fans are the consumers. We need to think of integrate very well the events. What's the future of those infrastructure are? You need to think about the partners and the stakeholders. All this needs to be integrated from the get-go to make sure we don't end up with those white elephants infrastructure that sometimes come from events but are not very leveraged and everyone is hopeful for, but it's not in the end. And you need to follow trends, but and be bold and take risks to showcase your uniqueness. From the tech innovation side, you need to look at how can we leverage this to keep on branding the region. I think this event is an amazing showcase of that, showing the energy, showing how smart people are, showing the amounts of opportunities that exist. And we need to keep on leveraging this in order to brand the region in terms of innovation around sports and health and wellness. You need to keep on hosting these regular tech showcases across different verticals in order to keep on attracting the words to you and for those innovations to spread and scale. You also need to integrate very well academia program as well as skilling the workforce if you really want to build that large ecosystem. So those collaboration can be done. There are some models where it has been done very efficiently. However, sometimes some basic 101 are missing. Here, I'm about giving a very basic 101 plan of what needs to be done. The third part, which, as we know, is always what the first people ask, is investment. Is that a good business? Is that a good return? If we just look at sports technology, last year was about a 40 billion investment ecosystem, and this is a growing ecosystem. People are doing more sports, more health, more wellness. It's a growing categories of middle income. And I can tell you, across the market that I work in Asia, about a 4 billion consumer, in most of the countries, those are double-digit growth sectors, versus many of them are flattening or going down. Especially at the two parts, which is at the senior part on the longevity side and on the younger consumer, where the increasing proportion of spend, incremental income within this sector is growing versus other sectors. If you look at ecosystems, one of them is fitness and wellness. I took an example here. People may think, oh, I do sports, it's just a sports event or a coach. But if you look, I'm sure here, there is a lot of companies that could be in the physical care and recovery space, on the mental health parts, on the infrastructure side, on the biometric, on the data analysis, on the security, on the coaching and education parts, on the wearable and equipment pieces. So there are tons of business opportunities. Yesterday, there were a great pitch about food and nutrition. There were travel and adventure. It's a great way to build those local ecosystems. So there are so many pieces of the ecosystem, so many business here that actually have business opportunities in sports and fitness and wellness. But people sometimes are not fully aware of the breadth of opportunities and how exciting and how fast those businesses are growing in those ecosystems. So you can see here, this is a very good model. Everyone, when you talk to investors, say, oh, give me, what's your recurring model? I say, it's very simple. This is a 24-hour business. Every 24 hours is going to be burn, refuel, recover, repeat. Burn, refuel, recover, repeat. You say you want repeat customer. I give you businesses that are one shot, one time. Fan engagement and safety, I put it as a separate pieces, as is critical. Fans are your consumer. Today, they are the core, they are the community, they are the inventor, they are the instigator of your brand. Every brand today want to try to understand how can I tap into community A, B, C for my marketing and acceleration, sales acceleration. You need to be very sticky to communities. But how can you do this? You need to be genuine to them. You need to engage with them. The world of sports has amazing communities, very engaged, especially as we know sports fans can be. So how can your businesses engage with them? But what do you need to do when you build content, when you build IPs to have this at the core of your business? Immersive technology is also one we start to see more and more way to immerse you within the sports, within the events, in order to make global, I would say, global platform for people to interconnect and compete. We have some that are purely digital. We have some that are physical. We start to merge some that we call phygital, where we actually can interact within those ecosystems. And this gives you way bigger platform to compete. And at the same time, from younger generation that are coming from gaming, that were born on digital platform, that's the only way they do see exercise and they do see interaction. So we cannot go against them. We need to empower those platforms to make them more engaged. Safety and security are also a piece of the equation. And why I would mention it here, because it's always overlooked. And on top of this, I led a large mission at the last Paris Olympic Games when we were looking at the future of sports. When you talk about future-proofing, you need to not only look at the growth, you need to look at the downside protection. Today, with the rise of climate change and the rise in temperature, exercising and outdoor sports is getting more and more risky. We have recently events that stops. We have sports that could disappear because of that, due to the increase of risk due to heat. This is not only a problem that, it's a problem for me a lot in Asia that we care. And I know here, I was today with my friend of the Saudi Olympic and Paralympic Committee and the Ministry of Sports, and we did discuss a lot about those topics because they will come, and they are. So what can we do from a research, from an event structure, from a safety part in order to protect this and make sure those events are sustainable? Couple more for the last few minutes. IP creation. On that front, the Kingdom has been really leading. From esports IP with the esports World Cup to create the RSL, very innovative, very pushy, very adapted, very modern new content creation. The EWC has been an amazing success from a viewership, from a modern way of engaging with fans. Of course, from my view, I do that. The 90%, 90+% of the viewers from the EWC are from Asia. Sure, this is what makes the Kingdom and the rest of Asia very close, because the fans engage with that content, and this new generation of fans are very close to this type of content. So you do want to reach global audiences, and you have started, and it will keep on building those close relationships. And as I said, the fans, we need to make today, TV do matter, but not really. People are through social, through short forms, you want to reach eyeballs, you want to reach engagement, you want to do content. You want to know, as a brand, brands are getting more sophisticated and understand this reach and converting, but I'm sure here many of you could support many of brands to connect even better and understand how this audience here can leverage this new IP created to benefit the Kingdom. One example that I want to give, you may have heard of the creation of the Kings League. In the last 2 years, it was created. This year, it was created by a former football player from FC Barcelona and a very famous gaming streamer that maybe many of you here have never heard of, called Biban24. In 2021, they created this new game, new format of football game. It became so popular that last year they had almost 120 million of hours watched of this new format. They had crossing at 2 million peak viewers in some platform that many of the leagues in the world would dream to have. And this year, they just raised, as a first round of investment, $60 million at around 500 million valuation for a league that is less than 3 years, about 3 years old. It's a totally new format, very short form, very modern, that topped TikTok. On TikTok, they were the most watched football league in the world. So maybe some of you have never heard of it. Maybe some of you are watching it. If you have never watched it, or you may have heard of it, it's intriguing. Maybe, but it's made, created, disseminated for the new generation of fans. And the sponsor love it because it's targeting people that are untargetable by traditional TV media IPs. And it comes from creator. The older creator, the streamers, are the future of IP creation. I work with many around the world, and I'm sure here you have very famous streamers, content creators. You need to support them in building the future of IPs, because this is where the future of soft power resides as well. The last piece, I would conclude on that, is don't forget how you need to, all these decisions, yeah, we need to build businesses. We have high objective from government side. We need to deliver return to our partners, shareholder, and stakeholder. But we need to integrate communities. Communities are the core of every sports and entertainment business nowadays. We need to ensure we are fully inclusive. We need to ensure as well that they are sustainable. Many companies here from the sustainable side are delivering amazing technologies, from water to saving energies and so on and so forth. They are great business opportunities for you in sports, infrastructure as well. And we need to, the event planning piece, I add this piece of it because that will be a big question. The day, maybe within a few weeks, where massive football event is awarded to Saudi Arabia, the biggest question is like, how we're going to make this sustainable event planning? And how can everyone be part of it, support it, to showcase how innovative as a nation the kingdom is? So if you want to remember a few elements of that, I've summarized them all here. You can take a photo of it. I can send it to you. You can look at it on the YouTube links. If you want to connect, feel free to WhatsApp me directly or connect me on LinkedIn, and I look forward to help you, whatever you do, integrating and do business in the sports industry. Thank you very much.
Couple of minutes with you. We have a couple of minutes. Maybe we'll chit-chat about that.
No problem.
Because you spoke about sports and all the opportunities there.
Yes.
And you know, here in Saudi Arabia, a lot of big fans for sports. Now we're competing for winning World Cup 2034. So, which doors will open for opportunities for entrepreneurship now? Which kind of businesses in that field we can do? We can make new business startups in that field. Can you?
As I explained, just with the picture, I explained about just one ecosystem. Yeah. I just took one as a snapshot. Yeah. But actually,
I need more.
Almost so many businesses can already leverage the needs of the sports industry to be part of it. For example, I saw a lot of media companies that should look at how, actually I deliver this new streaming technology, how actually I should work with media rights holder or event organizers to support them. I saw some technology looking at wastewater and treatments and safety. I saw companies looking at recyclability system.
Almost everything can connect it to sport, but...
Almost everything, but usually the biggest question people say is like, how can I enter? I don't know who I talk to.
Yeah.
And the sports ecosystem may look very closed. But that's why you need people that guide you to talk to the right person for you to be part of it. For example, like in the last Paris Olympics, I helped a lot of companies to integrate their services within innovation. And we did everything from a new technology that was recycling plastics, and then we build an entire arenas with these new seats made of these plastics. We also integrated another technology. This is immersive sports technology called KinoMap, where thanks to that, we created the biggest marathon ever on planet with 500,000 participants globally.
Amazing.
So we leverage the power of a physical event enhanced by immersive technologies, for example, to build that. So there are so many layers. So the more time we have and the better planning we do, actually the more you can leverage an event like the World Cup to actually integrate technology and innovation in every part of the tech stack.
Amazing. You talked about Kings Leagues. I'm a Real Madrid fan, but I have to admit, BK doing amazing with that. So this kind of, I don't know, it is something, it's like a stunt, you know? You do something like this, a new tournament. There is a FIFA, UEFA, there is big entities working on that, and you start something like this. Is it because the industry is changing? Is it because they're just brave and smart? The timing is good, using the social application and everything. So I wanted to explain it more, how it succeeds and how someone can repeat that.
How someone can?
Repeat that.
Repeat.
Yeah.
That's a very good point. So I think they are very innovative. eBay and actually eBay and PK, before launching the Kings League, they launched a balloon league. I don't know if you have ever watched this, but you can go on YouTube.
Balloon.
You know a balloon. You know a balloon. A balloon.
Oh, yeah.
So you know when you play with your little brother, you tap one, you have to catch it. They made a league out of this. It got so popular. Engagement was so high, so big, because eBay is a very, very big streamer. He's very known in the world of gaming. In his streams, he has 15 million followers on Twitch. He's a very known streamer. So he has a massive audience who love his content. So everything he put to watch, yes, because he knows his fans. He cares about his fans. Two, the format of Kings League is going at the complete opposite of what traditional football is. They are number one on TikTok. They create mostly short-form TikToks. They created things where they don't exist in the local league. You know, you suddenly can use a card to get a player out.
Yes,
you have a goal that
you
have a goals that count double, triple. You have all these new rules.
Even the penalty is different. So
the fan can online access and control the games. You know, there is all these rules that you may dream of it, and they made it. They keep on trying and testing out. But what they do, they really understand their fans and try to understand the fans. So how can they reproduce it? For sure, there are some learnings that the Kings League did and some innovation that people are trying to reproduce. Engaging streamers and streamer creating content, we'll see more. For example, I'm not sure if some of you have heard of an event same created by a streamer called the GP Explorer. It's a race that happened in France, created by the biggest YouTube streamer in France. And in the first year, he rented the Le Mans circuit.
Wow.
And in the first year, he put it together. 80,000 people came, and all the drivers are streamers. And for 3 months, they learn how to drive Formula 4. All the car brands got so popular. Technology brands sponsor it, getting so popular, and it's so hilarious. One of my friends, he leads one of the largest sports company in Europe. He called me one day because he knows I know this streamer very well. He called me and said, I have a problem. It's the first sports event I don't have ticket. My son don't understand how this is possible. You need to make me still relevant to my son.
He lost his position.
Yeah, it's like he loved me, but suddenly I lose everything because I don't know this true YouTuber. I don't even know who he is. But he said it's sports, he doesn't understand. So then I was able to help him out. But so it's about understanding streaming, influence content. And I think here you have a lot of amazing gaming, streaming audiences and creators and innovators. And it's a great way to showcase as well uniqueness of your country, of the culture, because you can integrate this within the IPs.
You talked about the closed ecosystem, and I'm asking about something like Kings Leagues again. should the biggest federations in the world about sports and everything, they adapt with these new concepts of sports and rules and the community engagement, or it will be parallel, but they will not be something.
They can't.
They can't.
They have their own. And, you know, have you ever tried to innovate with large dinosaurs?
You can't.
It's very hard, so that's why there is room for new creators, new content creators, and a lot of room for innovation. The beauty is today is that you can lead and create and fast-track your growth, leveraging communities and influence. Before, you needed access to a TV network. It was super tight. Today, you don't. You have a community, you go on stream on Twitch, on YouTube.
So don't wait for the federations, and do something, and if it is innovative, if it is fun, if it is taking the people, you know your people, you will succeed.
Exactly. I believe that. But if you are smart, president of federation, you should be on it quick. If you look at some federations have tried to reinvent their model in the last few years, some succeeded, some less, some smaller have tried more innovative things. For example, the International Table Tennis Federation creating a new product called WTT Smash, with linking music, event, concert, with table tennis. It's a much modern concept. It's working. So you can support if the federations are ahead and visionary. If they're not, then just disrupt it. That's why we are here for and what all these companies are doing.
Definitely. Thank you, Mr. Jain.
Thank you
so
very much.
I'm happy.
And I'm sorry as a Real Madrid fan, you know, it has been a difficult few weeks.
Big thank you for everyone, and for Mr. Jain, and for the Real Madrid fans.
Yeah. Thank you.
The last session سنتحدث عن التوافق مع أهداف التنمية المستدامة. المؤسسات أو الشركات الصغيرة، المنشآت الصغيرة المتوسطة، رواد الأعمال، هذه الموافقة وهذا التوازي مع أهداف التنمية المستدامة.
This compatibility with these SDGs, how can help us achieve sustainability for these institutions, while you also try to make part of your startup or your business to become part of this progress to ensure global impact. Our next speaker, Dr. Mohammed Nourounafi. Dr. Mohammed.
Well, Assalamu alaikum to you all. I'm very happy and delighted and very honored to be part of this discussion. You know, I have varieties of experiences, so I try to bring not the traditional lecture or something like that, but I'll try to be more informative. So let's share the agenda. I would like to discuss, like, you know, business need to think about the sustainability, the climate, SDGs, ESG, so many compliance, many requirements. So how you can integrate all this together? And that's the agenda for my discussion or talk today. So I'm Professor Mohammed Nourounafi. I'm from Prince Sultan University, founding director for Center for Sustainability and Climate, and also the founding president for an NGO called VISA, Vision for Sustainable Africa. We are bringing around 48 African countries together on sustainability and climate issues. Also, the founding president and the CEO of the Oxford Impact Group. We are working on a whole lot of sustainability and climate agenda as well. and I have the visiting positions on different parts of the globe, and also visiting fellow at Oxford. And this is my impact. You know, today I was listening, many people are talking about the impact. So my impact to the Saudi community and the global community is in terms of the research. I rank #1 based on the Stanford 2%, as the rank #1 in business and top 7 in the world in accounting. And this is like, you know, my collaborations globally, more than 120 countries. So impacting differently as a mini UN kind of collaboration. And I have experiences on the government sector and the private sector and so on. This is my policy papers on different aspects on the social side. And this is, you know, how we are contributing to the different COPs and so on in Saudi and globally. And as you know, in Saudi Arabia, the COP16 will happen in December next month. It's a big event, and we are also contributing on the COP16 on the youth, the land desertification, and so on. Well, like, you know, as I told you, my agenda, what is the sustainability and climate and the business model we need to think on, and how all these things can be integrated, part of the business model. It doesn't matter, you are a small company, big company, medium-sized company, but you should think all this should be integrated into your business model, is not the separate. So think about some of the key statistics. You know, when you hear some numbers, it is really scary for all of us. For example, see in terms of the IPCC assessment, by we have to be net zero, as the Crown Prince already announced, we would like to be net zero by 2060, right? And the IPCC, they are saying by 2030, we need to reduce the 50% of greenhouse gas. And some other statistics, for example, here, 821 million people, 1 in 9 go to bed without food, right? Or being hungry. Like, we are wasting millions of or trillions of dollars in waste, food waste, the overall waste. So these numbers are very significant. So as a business, are we here just to make money? Because we are living in a society, right? So we need to care about the society. So the whole business model, the business idea, need to be diverted or shifted, what we call for the sustainable development goals. So, you know, when we talk about the SDG, I have the logo here as SDG, the 17 SDGs are, you know, but where it came from. Sometimes we hate history, but we need to know the history, right? The history will help us for making the sustainable development for the business. So the whole objective of the sustainable development goals, it came from early 2000. When the Millennium Development Goals are introduced based on the 8 goals there, and mainly they are focusing on poverty, the child education, the health issues, HIV, and so on. But the key aspect during 2015, the first 15 years, we came to know the Millennium Development Goals, or MDG, we failed to address the inequality. And do you know, like, you know, the inequality now is more than 100 years data. It is the highest position now. So what are we talking about? One side, we're thinking like we will be more rich. Another side, people are getting more poorer. So the inequality is significantly increasing globally. So then we came to know the Sustainable Development Goals. It came 2016, and the key objective of the Sustainable Development Goals is a equal opportunity for all, right? So the fair share for economic share in the society and the economy. So that is the key essence for Sustainable Development Goals, and that was the talk from the former Secretary General Ban Ki-moon also said. So these are the 17 SDGs goals. We all are familiar with that. poverty, partnership, decent work, gender equality, many things are there. So as a business, sometimes we feel how we can, because it is the goals for the government. What is the relation for us? No. Whatever we do in business every day is linking with that. So if you think in a different mindset, like, I'm helping the poor people. It is part of the SDG 1, right? I'm having some partnership. This is SDG 17. I'm helping for the quality of education or the education sector. I'm employing more female or the diversity, SDG 8. So if you think like in a broader way, all the activities you do in business is linked with the SDGs. It's not a rocket science. It's not a separate agenda for you. Whatever you are doing, you need to understand how we can integrate into our business model. So, but the key challenge, the data doesn't tell the lies, right? 2016, the SDGs announced. Now, we are in 2024, 9 years already we finished, right? 6 years to go. Do you know what percentage we achieved so far? Anyone? Sorry, it's not a lecture session, but anyone, do you know what percentage we achieved so far? Only 17%. So we all collectively, business, academic, civil society, NGO, government, everyone needs to address these issues. Otherwise, it's not only the government agenda, right? So we all need to address that. Otherwise, we won't be able to achieve the sustainable development goals. Now, again, this year we call the triple COPs year, the COP16 and COP29, and what we call the Rio Convention for achieving the sustainable development goals, which happened in 1992. Just to give you the idea, like, where it is coming from, you all are the business people, you know how to make money, but I'm giving some insights how it is integrated into the business model, where it is coming from, and how we need to understand broadly, right? That was the missing part. It's not the ESG, we know the E, S, and G, the compliance colors, everything is finished. It's not like that. So if you think about the COPs, through the Rio Convention, the UN climate change, the UN desertification, and also the biodiversity. So these 3 COPs were all the countries together making the decisions what the climate action should be for the world. So the COPs is what we call the conference to the parties, where all the government taking the decisions. Just to giving a glimpse of, you see the COP16, one is the biodiversity, one is the desertification, right? And as you all know, next month, December 2 to December 13, it will happen in Riyadh. The first time the COPs are happening in Riyadh on the desertification and drought planning. And then COP29 is happening in Azerbaijan this year. So in terms of the ESG, the historically, when it is coming from, during the 1980s, we used to call E, H, and S. So that time we don't call the ESG, right? Environmental, health, and safety. Then 90s came to sustainability. Then the 2000 era, we used to call the corporate social responsibility. Sometimes we call the corporate accountability. After 2000, the financial crisis, the new model came, what we call the ESG era. And now many countries and many companies are following that one. So why this ESG came? You see, historically, from the BP, the Nestle, the Wells Fargo, the big companies, they did something wrong, right? So how to stop these misbehaving activities for the society, for the community, and for the economy? The ESG model is very effective. Well, in the Middle East, what happened the ESG era? 2016 is a significant year for us because the Crown Prince announced the Vision 2030, right? So the whole ESG movement in the Middle East and of course in Saudi, from after the 2016, especially during the COVID, when the Saudi Green Initiative, Middle East Green Initiative, and during the 2021 in Glasgow, the Crown Prince announced Saudi to be net zero country by 2060. So you see the few things I discussed now, Millennium Development Goals, Sustainable Development Goals, COPs, then the net zero, in between the ESG and the SDGs. So it's not separate, all these things. So when as a business model you are creating, you see my talk called the future proof. What are you thinking about the future? What the business in future will be? Because you will be dealing with the millennials, right? Or the Gen Z, and their way of aspiration of learning, doing things are different. When I go to the class, or even if, like every 2 minutes, they look at their mobile, right? And I cannot stop that because this is in their DNA. They are in different generation. So when we think about the business model, we need to be future-centric, right? And the future-centric for the sustainable development can be achieved when you integrate all these things together. So anyway, like, the Saudi Arabia, the PIF is a huge movement for the ESG, the $450 billion, the PIF, they integrated in their investment portfolio. Then the Saudi Exchange already introduced the ESG framework for Saudi Arabia. It is a voluntary, it's not mandated. And also the Securities and Exchange Commission in the US, they are also taking significant steps on that. See, this is the old picture, 40 countries, which is complying the 70% of the GDP globally, and they are mandating the ESG. So it is telling us why we need to follow this, right? So globally, it is very important for the business, regardless the size of the business. Well, some data, there were some studies happened. It is around, if you can see here, the 9 years data and 14,043 observations. And there is a connectivity or the link or the correlation between if you comply with the ESG and the profit as well. So the data is telling us if we do the ESG, we can be more profitable. Because some business people, they say, oh, this is waste of money, blah, blah. Like, it's not like that. You have to be future-centric for sustainable development. Well, the New York University, they conducted 250 research globally, and to see the connection, what is the relationship between the ESG or the sustainability and the profitability. And they see of course, the positive relationship between that. In terms of the Morgan Stanley, so here they are saying, of course, those who are having the sustainability agenda, the ESG and so on, they can get the abnormal returns. Not only the good returns, but they can get high returns, right? So now in Saudi Arabia, as this is not a regulation yet, it's a new concept for all of us. The big companies, the small companies, many companies are taking many good initiatives. The investors are also demanding on that, and Saudi is a global market now. When I came to Biban, it's not a Saudi forum, right? It's a global forum. It's a global market, open market. So here the investors are demanding more ESG compliance and so on for the sustainable development. So this is the journey for Saudi Arabia, So again, I'm repeating and repeating and repeating. When you think about your business model, think where the country is heading to, right? So I cannot be separate from the country agenda, the Vision 2030. I need to integrate. It's not I'm putting the logo and I'm saying I'm aligning Vision 2030, right? I have to put my initiatives, my activities, my actions aligning with the Vision 2030. So here you see the journey, sustainability journey in Saudi. It started 2016 and the target by 2060 to be net zero carbon country. So as a business, as a company, do you have a plan for 2060? I mean, if you have a plan for net zero by 2060, you can raise your hand, please. But very few companies, right? So this is how we are putting the title. We have to be future-centric, not making money only tomorrow, right? And you know the Vision 2030, the sustainability is one of the key elements. But what the Crown Prince said is not only you are integrating the sustainability, it will create millions of jobs in Saudi market. So that is the inspiration or the aspiration for all of us, right? So there is a huge demand on the sustainability and climate area, the skills and so on. This is the ranking for Saudi, the SDGs as a country, 103. So the global ESG framework, when we talk about the ESG framework globally, you see the IFRS, Sustainability Standards, European Union, Security Exchange Commission, TCFD, all these are big players, but mainly the IFRS Sustainability Standards, because they already announced the two standards, IFRS S1 and S2, right? So these are the two standards. One is the disclosure, another one is the climate one. Well, for the Saudi side, during 2021, the Saudi Exchange introduced the ESG model for the business. Not for the SME, still I think Ministry of Economy and Planning, they are discussing with their stakeholders and so on. So what are the three areas? Environmental, social and governance. So overall around 33 compliance for any business to think I am the ESG compliant. It's very easy, it's not, again, it's a rocket science. You can download the ESG model for Saudi. And even if you're a small business, see, even if you are complying some things, it will give you some confidence, right? Well, then, after 2021, after 2 years, in GCC, they put the GCC model of ESG in 2023, the ESG framework for the GCC. And there are certain element, E element for 10 compliance, social 10 compliance, and G governance is 9 compliance. So there are 29 compliance standards by the GCC one. Well, now, like, you know, I would like to ask all of you, there are few key questions are here. Why should we care about the ESG? Why we need to integrate into our business model? Well, the answer is to have a sustainable development and to be in the market sustainable way. We are not here to finish our business tomorrow, right? We want to create a real impact in the business community, also the society we are living in. So this is the future proof for some key takeaways, as I was discussing earlier. The millennials, 75% of the millennials, they will take over the jobs, you know, by 2030. So you see, if you have the human resource department, and we all are old generation, I'm not that old, but it's still old, right, compared to millennials. So their way of doing things, thinking like, you know, the future-centric is different than us. So we really need to invest time on the social aspect, the human resource, and so on. It is very, very important. Then some of the key areas, for example, 60% companies' future roles will be filled by the current employees. But are we ready? So if you are not ready, what are you talking about the future, right? So what it means, those people are in the job, the company, they should train them up on a regular basis, right? So this is very important. And all these things, what we call the ESG. So you see, like ESG is an integrated model you can utilize to have a sustainable development? Well, some key readings, and I like the two guys, Dr. Muhammad Yunus. He said, we want to see 3-0 world. One is the zero poverty, zero unemployment, and zero carbon emissions, right? What he argued, when I came to a shopping mall, or you go to a shopping mall, people are saying buy, buy, buy. When you buy things, you are consuming more, goods, you are spending, and you are encouraging for carbon emissions, right? So in that case, it's difficult for sustainable development. Another guy, both are Nobel laureate. One is the Nobel Peace Prize winner in 2006, and another one is the Nobel Peace Prize winner in 2019. He is the great economist in MIT. You see, when I started talking, on the openings, I said the inequality is increasing significantly. I'll give you some countries. For example, if you think about China, UK, India, US, over the 200 years, their inequality is the highest in the world. Think about the Brazil, Mexico, South Africa. Their inequality is going down. Does it mean you have more money? That's why inequality is going down? No. So we need to think about how we would like to create the world we can make a better world, where everyone has better opportunity. Well, I would like to invite you all for COP16 next month in Riyadh. And that is, as I told you, we are expecting more than 200,000 people there. Of course, we all fight for a better tomorrow, right? So together we make a sustainable world. I really thank you all. Very good night to all of you, and thank you for listening to me, and hope to see you sometime soon. Thank you.
There you go. Thank you, Doctor. Thank you so much. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Great conclusion for this night. Thank you. And you look amazing with the thobe.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you.
Thank you.
شكرا جزيلا لكم حضورنا الكرام وكل من يتابعنا عبر البث المباشر. غدا سيكون اليوم الأخير، مساحة واسعة من المعرفة والتفاعل على المسرح الرئيسي وفي كل جنبات بيبان 24. أشوفكم إن شاء الله على خير.
Thank you.